some of Elijah's women were underage secretaries, and can you expound on that?
Yeah, well, I guess they were, because they were there. I seen them. I seen them myself. It's all true.
Good evening, messenger. You convinced us that you were the last messenger. How many other bastard children do you have?
He took at least 9 that we know about. And I'm not speculating because he told this to me himself.
It's what?
I said Malcolm alleged that some of Elijah's women were underage secretaries, and can you expound on that?
Yeah, well, I guess they were, because they were there. I seen them. I seen them myself. It's all true.
Good evening, messenger. You convinced us that you were the last messenger. How many other bastard children do you have?
He took at least 9 that we know about. And I'm not speculating because he told this to me himself.
It's what?
I said Malcolm alleged that some of Elijah's women were underage secretaries, and can you expound on that?
Yeah, well, I guess they were, because they were there. I seen them. I seen them myself. It's all true.
Good evening, messenger. You convinced us that you were the last messenger. How many other bastard children do you have?
He took at least 9 that we know about. And I'm not speculating because he told this to me himself.
It's what?
I said Malcolm alleged that some of Elijah's women were underage secretaries, and can you expound on that?
Yeah, well, I guess they were, because they were there. I seen them. I seen them myself. It's all true.
Good evening, messenger. You convinced us that you were the last messenger. How many other bastard children do you have?
He took at least 9 that we know about. And I'm not speculating because he told this to me himself.
It's what?
I said Malcolm alleged that some of Elijah's women were underage secretaries, and can you expound on that?
Yeah, well, I guess they were, because they were there. I seen them. I seen them myself. It's all true.
Good evening, messenger. You convinced us that you were the last messenger. How many other bastard children do you have?
He took at least 9 that we know about. And I'm not speculating because he told this to me himself.
It's what?
I said Malcolm alleged that some of Elijah's women were underage secretaries, and can you expound on that?
Yeah, well, I guess they were, because they were there. I seen them. I seen them myself. It's all true.
Good evening, messenger. You convinced us that you were the last messenger. How many other bastard children do you have?
He took at least 9 that we know about. And I'm not speculating because he told this to me himself.
It's what?
I said Malcolm alleged that some of Elijah's women were underage secretaries, and can you expound on that?
Yeah, well, I guess they were, because they were there. I seen them. I seen them myself. It's all true.
Good evening, messenger. You convinced us that you were the last messenger. How many other bastard children do you have?
He took at least 9 that we know about. And I'm not speculating because he told this to me himself.
It's what?
I said Malcolm alleged that some of Elijah's women were underage secretaries, and can you expound on that?
Yeah, well, I guess they were, because they were there. I seen them. I seen them myself. It's all true.
Good evening, messenger. You convinced us that you were the last messenger. How many other bastard children do you have?
He took at least 9 that we know about. And I'm not speculating because he told this to me himself.
It's what?
I said Malcolm alleged that some of Elijah's women were underage secretaries, and can you expound on that?
Yeah, well, I guess they were, because they were there. I seen them. I seen them myself. It's all true.
Good evening, messenger. You convinced us that you were the last messenger. How many other bastard children do you have?
He took at least 9 that we know about. And I'm not speculating because he told this to me himself.
It's what?
I said Malcolm alleged that some of Elijah's women were underage secretaries, and can you expound on that?
Yeah, well, I guess they were, because they were there. I seen them. I seen them myself. It's all true.
Good evening, messenger. You convinced us that you were the last messenger. How many other bastard children do you have?
He took at least 9 that we know about. And I'm not speculating because he told this to me himself.
It's what?
I said Malcolm alleged that some of Elijah's women were underage secretaries, and can you expound on that?
Yeah, well, I guess they were, because they were there. I seen them. I seen them myself. It's all true.
Good evening, messenger. You convinced us that you were the last messenger. How many other bastard children do you have?
Wee! Make sure y'all go get checks and balances, man. It's streaming now. Click the link that's pinned up to the top. JP, JQ, what it do? Birdman. We back for round 2. Round dos. Right? Dos? 2? Keno, what's up, Chaz, man? And I thank you guys for coming through. It's going to get heated up in a second, but without further ado, coming to the stage, star of the week. The most amazing sister ever. The most beautiful girl in the world. Kennedy Lenny Jean Hawthorne. Let's put your picture in the front. There you go. Look at the... Coming next to the stage, student of the month, Big Brother Award, Big Brother Award, the protector, Lincoln Curtis Gerald Hawthorne. Yay! Good job, Kennedy. Oh, let me move this. Lincoln Curtis Gerald Hawthorne, ladies and gentlemen. There you go. Thank you. Go ahead, Kennedy. Thank you, Kennedy. Yeah, almost there. We got it. Good job. Thank you, beautiful. Thank you. Love you. Go brush your teeth. Anyways, man, welcome to the show, y'all. And don't forget, man, the amazing intro by Team Hawthorne. And don't forget 9 Wives, the intro. Go get it. 9wives.movie, man. Why not, man? Why not, man? Oh, man. So we'll talk about that. And you guys want to call in on that. And we also can do a continuation of last night's show. Okay. There's kind of I wouldn't say a lot of stuff going on in boxing, but I just want to give my perspective on it and what I know to be true. And I'm going to be proven correct 100% in about 21 days, 20 to 21 days. Y'all can be like, damn, Fred, you were right. How did you know this? Damn, it's just amazing, you know? But no complaints. Amen to that, you know? One, Al Heyman and Steven Espinoza is not on the same page. I reached out to my CBS connects today. I should hear back from them by tomorrow. You know, they liked my text, so they'll get back to me. And as you guys know, I play poker with the CBS executives. So I'll get back to you guys on that. Hopefully tomorrow I'll have some more information on that. It's going to be real interesting to see what happens if Al Heyman can't secure a revenue stream and or a platform. For the first time, from what I heard previously about 3 weeks ago, Steven Espinoza and Al Heyman. Now, all this shit is gonna come out like, damn, how did you know? How did you know, Fred? And what I mean by not getting along is they can't come to an agreement. It ain't nothing personal, like your mom ain't shit. That's what Pookie and Ray Ray and Starkeisha does. You know what I mean? Oh no, LaDasha, yeah. You know what I'm saying? But Little Steven don't want to get walked on no more. You know what I mean? He's tired of getting walked on. Little Steven finally is fed up. I'm tired of Fred talking about me, man. How come Fred knows all this stuff? I'm tired of it, man. I'm tired of being seen as Little Steven. Little Stevie. I'm Big Stevie. I'm Big Stevie to you. No cap. And so the feuding wars begin, and for those of you who don't believe me, check out how bare the fight dates are. You're gonna get one more fight date in December. What date is that? It's the 17th, I believe. PBC is gonna drop a date on the 17th, and I think that'll do it for the year. But don't say I told you so. Okay, don't say I told you so. So and then too, I want to talk about what's going on with Dev and all that stuff going on today. See, I have a different perspective on it. Keyshawn, Dev, and Shakur. I need y'all to listen to me and listen to me carefully. People gonna post that shit and they gonna choose sides and you gonna get clicks. Like, for example, the LDBC is gonna choose Devin Haney, right? And other media is gonna choose Shakur Stevenson. Everybody's gonna make money off it. It's gonna get some clicks and it's gonna be cute and but the reality is y'all should be figuring out how to stick up boxing. This is Willie Lynch syndrome in real time. This is exactly what this is. Keyshawn Davis is going after everybody. Earl Spence, Frank Martin, Devin Haney. Oh man, this is the Willie Lynch syndrome in real time, y'all. No lie, no cap. We are watching it play out. I told you guys a year and a half ago, these guys are like middle schoolers, man, at the dance. Man, no, you go dance. No, you go dance. They all got brand new Jordans on, don't want no creases in them. You know what I mean? Or some uptowns. They call them uptowns over here in New York. But yeah, man. Everybody just whatever, man. Like, when are we gonna have enough integrity? Because we all kings, we all gods. When are we gonna have enough integrity to say, you know what? Bob Arum is the biggest winner out of all this shit. How can we change that paradigm? 3 niggas owned by a Jew. That's all this is. 3 niggas and a Jew. That's what this looks like, a show. Bitch this, bitch that. Oh, I gotta take this call. Ugh. Let me play some music. Oh, I can't let y'all hear this voice. Let me see. I got some good news for y'all. See, the devil is a lie. Hey, I'm telling you the truth. Hey, I had to cover my mouth, man. I forgot y'all can read my lips and shit. Oh, man. Hey, I appreciate y'all coming through, man. Coming through, man. Yeah, man. So I'm just going to sum it up in one line. Steven Espinoza got to make the big fights, man. Steven Espinoza got to make the big fights. Al Heyman was the judge, the jury, and the executioner. And y'all saw me do it in real time. What else? How can I see? I got to process it so I can make it a narrative. I'll do that after the show. But Steven Espinoza is under some pressure because Steven Espinoza has no fighters. And Lou DiBella done went over to ESPN, and now him and Bob Arum are working together. Cameron Duncan don't have enough fighters to hold a stable, and Jerron Ennis is gonna get caught up in that wash. Jerron Ennis don't have any opponents. That's why we haven't seen a Jerron Ennis fight date announced, and that's the reality of this thing, man. And but to sum it all up, Steven Espinoza is under a lot of pressure to create content. I asked him about the what do you call it? The Bellator shit. They said that was bullshit. The Bellator races. I mean the races. I just read your comment at the same time. The Bellator series didn't do what they wanted it to do. They can't compete with UFC. People are not going to a premium network. People are not going to a premium network to watch Bellator when they can go to ESPN on Tuesday nights. Was it ESPN or wherever it is? I don't know where it's at, but he was explaining it to me where they can go to ESPN and watch a higher quality show for free. And he equated it to Nike and Reebok. Nike can have ugly shoes, but people are going to buy Nike because of the branding. It's like when you say Google, right? Google means you're going to look up something, but Google is an actual company. You understand what I'm saying? So Bellator isn't working. Cameron Duncan don't have enough money and enough fighters to sustain the network. And Steven Espinoza and Al Heyman are at like this in real time. So that's why you haven't seen a Jamal Charlo get rescheduled. This is why they didn't drop a fall schedule. And and he did say Steven Espinoza, he said Steven Espinoza wouldn't lose his job, but he would lose like I don't know, like he said Steven Espinoza is not in line to lose his job. He wouldn't get fired for this, but he would get he would be sheltered in, you know. So whatever that means, I don't know what that means, but yeah, man. So that was the CBS executive hollering at me real quick. See, I'll tell you, man, I talk to bosses, man. I talk to bosses, and I didn't lie either, because I said I text them, they didn't hit me back. I didn't lie to y'all, and what do you know? They hit me back during the show. See, I don't have to lie to y'all, man. All I do is I tell the truth. People don't believe me. And then he said, and then I asked him about Spence Crawford. He says the realities. He said the realities of it is they would never put on a big fight like that in between Christmas and Thanksgiving. He said it's not business wise. It's not business wise to do it like that. Something that big, something that needs a push like that. And that's what he said. So that's what I know. So I told you guys, and now you guys have it in real time. So I play poker with these guys, man, and a whole bunch of Jewish guys and a handful of black guys, and we play big time poker. You know, you got to walk in there with $50,000. So, you know, well, you ain't got to walk in there with 50. You can get ledgers and shit. You know, you can wire money in, but it's a big game. You literally can win $100,000 in one night. But yeah. He said the promotion wouldn't work because at least that's what he told me. He says it's not. Yeah. So we'll see. What's up, Mr. Berryhill? What's up, Mr. Berry? So I was talking about oh, and we also talked about my film. He wants to. They want to buy my film. They want to buy 9 Wives, and he was like, "What's up with you and Farrakhan?" So if you heard me say that, if you read my lips, y'all can go back and read my lips. And I was asking about Farrakhan and all that. So, oh yeah, Keyshawn Davis on the rampage. Yeah. So we are literally watching the Willie Lynch syndrome in real time. I'm just gonna say it like that. It's cute for the internet. It's real cute. It sounds good. It's gonna get us all riled up, and it means nothing because who's in charge? Have you ever seen someone overthrow Bob Arum? Muhammad Ali couldn't do it. Marvin Hagler couldn't do it. Sugar Ray Leonard couldn't do it. You think Devin Haney, Shakur Stevenson, and Keyshawn Davis gonna do it? Nah, not smart enough right now. You know, damn. I got more information. Shit. 1 second, guys. All right. Oh, I'm talking to myself. So we watch this in real time, and I'm gonna say this. I mean, no disrespect to Devin, Shakur, and Keyshawn, but I'm the only one that's gonna tell them the truth. Other media outlets gonna say, "Yeah, I'm Team Haney, I'm Team Shakur, I'm Team Keyshawn." And in order for them to be considered great, they got to fight each other. But they not. Keyshawn Davis out here trying to be famous. You know, he like, man, who's the biggest fish I can talk about? Who's the biggest fish I can call a bitch? You know? That's what he doing, and it's gonna work. Everybody talking about him. I just want to tell the truth. Y'all look like niggas. Yeah, niggas would change. You know what I mean? In a deal with all these, they talking all this shit, but they in a deal with a Jew. Talk all the shit you want. But the reality is, when Bob Arum say jump, you gonna jump. When Bob Arum say you fighting in 6 weeks, you gonna fight in 6 weeks. And I mean no disrespect. They just get paid more than the people that we work 9 to 5 jobs. So they make more money than us. But at the end of the day, it's all relative. You know, it's relative to their lifestyle. It's relative to your lifestyle. No, they're not going to fight each other, man. They middle schoolers, man. They middle schoolers. Dev is going to fight Lomachenko. And then Shakur is going to fight Dev, and if Dev lose, they're gonna release Devin. Dev is gonna go up to 140, and he's gonna get matched tough if he stays on Top Rank. That's the truth. Because guess what? Top Rank didn't build him. They didn't put no money in him. You know, so that's just the reality of this thing, man. And Bob Arum runs a tight ship. I'm not mad at Bob Arum. He's running his business. And I can't be mad at him because they willfully signed to him. So I understand how this shit is going to work. And they just going to bark. Devin Haney is going to go beat this kid 10 out of 12 rounds. Keyshawn Davis is going to keep on getting properly matched. Shakur Stevenson will be fighting in January or February against a credible Mexican and at 135. And then if Devin beats Lomachenko, and if there's a lot of slippage, then Lomachenko is going to fight Shakur Stevenson, and then maybe Shakur will fight Devin. I don't know, you know, but that's typically how it's going to go. It ain't going Devin to Shakur. Why would they do that? Why would Devin fight Shakur next? We know that's not happening. You know Lomachenko is going to... Why would they put Shakur before Lomachenko? Shakur is 24, 23, whatever he is. And Lomachenko is 34. Why would they do it? Ask yourself this. Let's be honest with one another. You know, it sounds good on the internet. It sounds great. Team Haney got a job to do. That's promote. Keyshawn Davis got a job to do. That's promote. You can't get in their way. That's what they're supposed to do. But moreover than that, they're supposed to get in front of each other and be smart. They're supposed to be smart. How many videos do I got to make about this topic? This is the Willie Lynch syndrome in real time. For real. How did Keyshawn Davis, for real, how did Keyshawn Davis jump in Earl Spence's Twitter account? Explain that to me. How? How, Sway? He know damn well he can't fight Frank Martin. We just niggas. We just acting like niggas. I mean, just real blatant niggas for no fucking reason. This is just niggerdom. As my boy G would say. What's up, G Harv? What's up, Born Up?
Fred, what up? How you?
I'm feeling great, man. What you got?
Shit. What's up with Bill saying, Shakur did that shit. That shit is a publicity stunt and all this shit. He said he reached out to the 18, but he ain't hear shit back. Or
man, don't care if you reach out to their team. Don't mean shit. You gotta reach out to Bob. People act like when you sign to Bob, you sign to Bob. It ain't like Eddie Hearn where he's cool and he's casual. No, you're gonna do what Bob tell you to do. People act like Manny Pacquiao couldn't do it. Terrence Crawford couldn't do it. What makes you think these 3 or 4 guys gonna do it?
hey, Fred, your honest opinion right now.
Yeah.
Keyshawn Davis versus Rolly. Who you got?
Shit ain't happening, dog.
I'm just saying. They've hit their fault.
It ain't happening. It ain't happening. It ain't happening. Y'all be stuck in these fairy tales. Like, oh man, what if? No, the shit ain't happening. Ain't happening.
Man, that shit crazy.
Nah,
so Spence and Crawford, that shit gonna happen?
Yeah, it's gonna happen. Yeah, it's gonna happen.
I mean, I was leaning towards Spence, but I'm, you know what I'm saying, like right now I'm leaning towards Bud.
Really?
Yeah, I got Bud. I think you know what I'm saying, a boxer versus pressure fighter, puncher. I got Bud.
That's fair. I mean, you have a right to go either where you want to on that fight.
Put it like this though, if I'm saying, like I said, if Earl win, I won't be surprised. If Bud win, I won't be surprised. I think it might be a draw, and they just might, you know what I'm saying, double back.
Ain't gonna be no draw.
Ain't gonna be no draw?
Hell no.
All right, bro, Fred, let me ask you this question. If Bud win, would you be surprised?
Yeah. Surprised? Not surprised. But I would be like, it would wow me. I think Earl is that good.
You said it would wow you?
Like yeah, because I don't see them the same. I see Terrence Crawford. He's not.
Bud is a switch hitter. You know what I'm saying? He you know what I'm saying? Like listen, besides Floyd Mayweather, Terrence Bud Crawford is the best pure boxer in boxing since Floyd retired. You don't think so?
Nah. Terrence Crawford is not really a I mean, pure boxer?
Yeah, I'm talking about pure boxer.
I mean, it's a few of them. You go to Gary Russell's, you can go Shakur, you could go there's a lot of them. There's a lot of them that I'm going to forget right now, but there's so many that Inoue.
I would say Bud, Shakur. I think Haney would be in that top 5.
Haney, that Japanese kid is a problem. Stevie Fulton. So there's a lot of boxers that are really amazing, you know. But yeah, man. I mean, you have every right to say that, but I've never seen Terrence Crawford box for 12 rounds since post-stall, and he looked amazing. He looked amazing in that. Fight.
Yeah, I don't know why they saying what the fuck in the comments.
They can say what they want in the comments.
But as far as Shakur and Devin Haney, if they fight, you know what I mean? I got Shakur. I think defense wins championships, and I think, like I said, Shakur is one of the best pure boxers. But Fred, the thing about Shakur is his last fight, right? He pressed the action, he was home, so he got hit. But we all know if Shakur just wants to hit and not get hit and box, everybody gonna be saying, I'm saying he's a born fighter. They don't want to watch his fights. What do you think about that though, Fred? Because I remember last time you know what I'm saying, I don't know. I think that was a fight after JoJo did whatever. Remember his ex-girl brother he beat up? The fight after that, you was like, oh yeah, if he displays the same performance, I ain't watch him no more. That's what you said.
It was corny.
That's what I'm saying though. But if Shakur wants to fight like that, can't nobody beat him, Fred.
I'm not saying nobody can beat him.
It's gonna be very hard.
It's challenging, sure. No, he mentally checked out of that fight against that African. He mentally checked out. He got caught with a shot and was like, nah, I'm cool. I'm just gonna spar this guy. I didn't like the mindset. I was disappointed in his mindset.
But I'm saying though, Fred, if Shakur wanted to, he could fight like that every fight, Fred. His boxing skill was that good. And his defense is that good.
It's high. He's talented now. All these guys are talented. Keyshawn, Devin, and Shakur, they're all talented. They're all borderline A fighters.
Tank too. Like I said, Tank, Rolly. I ain't saying Tank, Ryan, T.O., Lomachenko. They still haven't fought each other, Fred.
Yeah.
All these niggas, all they doing is woofing in the media, but ain't nobody fighting each other.
I agree. Why don't y'all hold them accountable? That's all I say. How about y'all fight each other? Instead of picking sides, how about the media say fight each other?
Yeah, that shit crazy, Fred.
Yeah.
But all right, Fred, I'm gonna hop back on probably next week. I'm gonna hop off and go in the comments.
Right. Appreciate you, dog. Thanks. Yep, all the time. Yeah, man. Feel free to beam in. Holler at your boy. And let me open the phone lines. And the N-word conversation, man. We had a really good conversation on that yesterday. And I felt like it was unfinished. So if you guys come in and want to holler at that, you're more than welcome to. But I didn't like the conversation. Someone sent me like a 30-second. Oh, let me play it. I didn't hear the whole thing. It was on the H Money's channel. Sent me this. I don't like this conversation. I don't like it at all. I don't. Because it's unwarranted. On everybody's part. I'm not blaming one party at all. But I'm trying to win here. I'm trying to get us in position to win. And the moment we believe we got leverage, we turn into the Willie Lynch syndrome. What's up, mate?
What's up, buddy?
How you feel?
How you doing? Let me turn you down here.
I'm good, man. What you got?
Feeling pretty. Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Very well. What's up?
Yeah.
What's up, Mr. J?
Nah, man. I just thought I'd call in. I missed your show the other night regarding Shakur Stevenson. I agree with the last caller. If he wanted to be defensive in every fight, he'd probably be close to unhittable because I've seen him do that before. But I would, if I was in his management team, I'd let him know. Look, man, boxing ain't just boxing's in the entertainment business. You got to entertain people. You can't be boring and think that that's entertaining. And I can appreciate a master boxer, but at the same time, you got to be entertaining, man. And a lot of times when these fighters concentrate on defense solely, it's boring as hell, even for a long-time boxing fan like me. And I think in his last fight, he didn't respect dude's power. I mean, he got caught a little bit, but if you look at the numbers, punches that he caught, I mean, those are very few punches in a 12-round fight. I mean, he still didn't get hit much, and you could see he wasn't really concentrating on his defense. He wanted to get old boy out of there. That's really what he wanted to do, and he sacrificed a little bit of defense. But you know what? To me, I'd say keep doing what you're doing, man. Don't have fights and try to be defensive all night because people ain't gonna want to pay for that. They're not gonna want to see that.
I didn't watch the fight, so everything you're telling me is I got to take it for what it is. But I do believe he could win a lot of fights like that, and so could Devin. You know, both of them can win fights like that. You know, just box on the outside and hit and not get hit. You know, Shakur is a little bit more fluid at it. You know, but you know they both could win fights like that.
Well, you can win fights like that. There's no question that you can win fights like that, but can you win fans like that?
Right.
And that's the thing. You're not going to win fans doing that. Even a lot of, like I say, I'm a long-time boxing fan, and I can appreciate good boxing, but jabbing and grabbing is not good boxing. It's just not. Constantly moving and moving. That's not boxing. People need to take a look at what, like a Ray Leonard or a Pernell Whitaker, hell, Hector Camacho. That's boxing. You can stay in the pocket. You can unload combinations. You can use your defense. Whitaker used to stand directly in front of his opponents, use his defense, and be right in position for his offense. So what people call boxing, they don't know what boxing is. Jabbing and grabbing is not boxing. Moving around the ring the whole time is not boxing.
Right.
It's spoiling.
Right.
I call it spoiling. Anyway, I'm sorry I missed your discussion about the N-word the other night because I'm sure me and your one guest that's on.
Oh yeah, for sure. And what's your take on it?
Man, I don't know if it was on your show, Barbara, or if it was another one where this topic came up before. And I got to be honest with you, man. I'm shocked. I'm 53 years old, right? And I came up with a lot of black folk, and that they didn't call each other that when I was coming up. I mean, you rarely heard that, and if you heard that, it was definitely not said in an endearing fashion, man. It's an ugly word. White people don't use it nearly as much as what a lot of black folk think they do, and we've been conditioned over the years to not use it because we've been told that it's an ugly word and it's offensive. And when I hear black folks saying that to each other as much as I hear it nowadays, I mean, you even hear white like you say, can non-black? I mean, I hear white kids saying it all the time, in a fashion that's, it just, to me, it's an ugly word. To me, it's a disrespectful thing for black folks to call each other that. But I don't know, man. I hear so much of it in the culture that I just wonder: do black folks consider it to be racist to call each other that, or inflammatory, or is it just another word?
I don't think we don't turn our head when black people use it. We can tell by the octaves and the tone what's the meaning of it in that conversation. Same way you've been taught, same way you've been trained not to hear it, we've been trained to hear it.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
So if a non-black person says it, is it okay, or is it still not okay?
Oh gosh. Now you got to beam in. If you get 813, you got to beam in. No, I would say on a macro level, I would say no.
Let's see.
Yeah. But on a micro level, in community pockets, like on the East Coast, and it may be one white guy with a whole bunch of black dudes, or a Mexican guy with a whole bunch of black dudes, or an Asian guy with a whole bunch of black dudes, they may accept it,
Yeah.
And that's just the reality of this thing, man. I grew up on the East Coast, so it changed when I got to California for me, even though I wasn't using it as much because I moved to California when I was 8, but I lived on the same street. The population in New York is as many blacks as it is Dominicans and Puerto Ricans. Like it's 1 for 1. It's not like where blacks are more than at least it didn't seem that way in my neighborhood, And
Right.
So you go to the corner store and they whistle and, hey, mommy, they talk like black dudes. They talk exactly like black dudes. But it's a Dominican or Puerto Rican because of their how they talk. I'm trying to think of the term for it.
Their accent.
The accent. Thank you, dog. The accent. So, but I never flinched, but I was a little kid then. But even when I went back for the summertime, I spent most of my days in Harlem, so I wasn't around too many of them. But it's pretty much the same because I see it online, and New York is the exception to LA, where Mexicans don't say that word. They say it in their pockets though. Like if a Mexican is talking to a Mexican, they say it.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying? So but I said yesterday, I was at a Kanye West concert. I wish Dre was here. I wish she was home. I would bring her, and she's on call tonight. But we went to a Kanye West concert years ago. I mean, super years ago, and in the early 2000s. And he said, "Hey, white people, it's your time to say the N-word," or maybe he said "nigga." I don't know. And I was like, in that moment, I realized black people don't own the N-word. And then as I got smarter and I started reading, and as I got older and more mature, I realized you can't control another person because it's interwoven into growing up. So and what I mean by that, through sports, like how we're conditioning, like we couldn't say the N-word in my locker room in college.
Right.
Well, when the coaches wasn't there, we used, but when the coaches are there, we wasn't allowed to use it because it separates the locker room. And I'm 44. I understand what that 60-year-old coach meant by that. But as a kid, I'm like, what are you talking about? We can't say that. But I get it now, right? Yeah. And then in the music, social media, and so on and so forth. But I'm not fighting over that word at 44 because that's not a hill I want to die on. So if I can have a peaceful conversation about it, then I will have it. But if I hear two Mexicans or two non-black people using the N-word, I'm going to intentionally move myself away from that. Intentionally, because I don't want another black person to say, hey, you go, nah, I'm not getting involved in that shit, because if it's two non-black people, I'm going to assume one of them has a weapon. I'm going to assume if they're using the N-word in public like that, they don't mind fighting. You get what I'm saying? Like, if you're going to go to Panda Express and be in South Central LA, and you throwing around the N-word, oh, you got a knife on you. No doubt about it. No doubt about it.
Yeah.
So
I'm hopeful for the day that we get back to where we were before Donald Trump was elected president, and there was this whole, and now this is my political opinion, effort by the left to make race something that we were doing so good, and we got to realize as people that it's not white and black, white against black, or black against white and Mexican. It's just not that. It's really what it's always been, is class discrimination. That's the real discrimination, because you see, anytime you see any of these rich folks in Hollywood or whatever, be it they black or white, when they have their parties, they always got a member of the other race there that are hoity-toity, right in line with them, with a lot of money in their pocket, and you don't see it. And we've been schooling together by the millions, living together by the millions, and working together by the millions here in the United States. No, we got a troubled past, and that can't be denied, but it is the past, and people do evolve. And to me, whether you like Donald Trump or you didn't like him, I mean, what the left did is they created something that set race relations back a long way. And listen, I'm not saying there aren't racists in this country or this world. Of course there is, and they're always going to be. In every race has people that are racist, but it's not us. That's a tool that's used to keep middle class and poor people at each other's throats, be it they black, white, or Mexican, instead of shining the focus on where the focus really should be, in my opinion. But I don't want to get too political, because I got to get up early in the morning, but I did want to say this though about Tyson Fury recently, because he's been in the news. Tyson Fury, has got to a point where he's got a lot of people that like him, and he's got a lot of people that hate him, just like Canelo, Mayweather, Ray Leonard, all the fighters that get to that point. That's actually a good thing, because the people that don't like you will pay more to watch you fight than the people who do. And recently, what I see is, Usyk, he tried to make a fight with Usyk talking about he don't want to fight right now. He needs time off, or whatever his case may be. Anthony Joshua jumped up there and said, well, I'll fight. I'm looking for big fights, even though he's coming off 2 losses. And he tried to make a fight with Anthony Joshua, and they're dragging their feet on it. And Tyson Fury gave him a deadline, and he's catching hell for giving him a deadline. But apparently he's got a fight date in November. He wants to keep the date. And I don't blame him for giving him a deadline, because look, if you want to fight, then let's make the fight. We're going to need time to train, and we're going to have to promote the fight too. And if you don't want to fight, I still want to keep my date, because getting those fight dates, that's not the easiest thing to do. They're not just hanging from every tree. When you get a fight date, you gotta, if you intend to fight, you gotta try to preserve it. So if AJ don't want to fight, we gotta know. His point is, we gotta know so we can give the next guy time to train and time to promote the fight. So I don't really like this fight with Emmanuel Char. I thought he fought him already. I don't know.
Hey, can I add something? I just wanted to say, bro, Like from my perspective, I don't think that the fight was ever going to happen immediately. I think it was more so let's gauge the public and see if people want this fight still. And what they're going to do is they're probably going to put Tyson Fury against like who you said, whoever, doesn't really matter. He's just trying to stay active. And then they're going to put Joshua against White. And then because it's not enough time to promote a fight like that. And that's what I truthfully believe. It's not enough time. They can do that really big in the UK in like May or something. So I really feel like they're just trying to, get us all hyped to see who really cares about it or not. Go ahead, continue though.
Well, if the negotiations would have wrapped up a couple weeks ago, because they've been talking about it for probably 3-4 weeks now, there would have been time, and that's a big fight in the heavyweight division, and especially over there. So it's a huge fight. I don't think, I do agree with you when you say it's not a lot of time, there, but I still think it would have been a big fight. But, even if it is what you say, which it very well could be, I still don't blame Tyson Fury for giving him a deadline and telling him, look, you got to let me know one way or the other. We just can't just keep dragging it on. I mean, we know what the terms are to be. And, if you want to fight, well, we can do it. And if not, that's that. And but it's hard to tell with Fury because Fury plays the media a whole lot. I mean, one day he's retiring, the next day he's not retired. One day he wants $500 million, the next day he says he'll only fight for free. This guy is a master at playing the media, and it's funny how people get worked up about it because they don't seem to understand that he does that shit on purpose, man. Mm-hmm. Boxing needs more fighters like Tyson Fury because for a long time, boxing, we've had some iconic figures in boxing like Ali and Mike Tyson and different fighters and when the personality falls out of it, that hurts the sport of boxing. We need personalities in boxing. Even Rolly Romero, who proved to be not as good as what he was talking, but you seen his mouth and his antics made for a nice pay-per-view, probably Tank's highest pay-per-view, and that's no mistake. Now, in the end, boxing fans like us, we want to see it in the ring, but I also like fighters that aren't afraid to show some character and some moxie, and Prince Ahmed was real good at that too, And some of these fighters, man, are just flat, boring cats. Bud Crawford, he's probably my favorite fighter, but I ain't lying. I try to watch Bud's interviews, man, and he's just boring, man. He's just a boring kind of guy. I mean, you can't hold it against him because Spence doesn't appear to be the life of the party either. And I think as boxing fans too, I don't want to ramble on, so feel free to interrupt, but I think we're all got a little bit of a boxing hangover and disappointed that fight didn't get made. I know everybody comes out every other day talking about it's signed and this and that, but let's face it, until we hear from the people that would be in charge of it, the fight ain't made, man, and it's disappointing. If nothing else, it's disappointing.
All right, Sean.
Yeah, man. And like you said, it is disappointing if that fight isn't made. I hope that somehow they announce it's official and stuff like that. I did want to go back to what you guys were talking about a little bit earlier when it comes to these lightweights, because I'm under the belief, for real, that Shakur can't beat Devin Haney. I think Devin Haney is slightly too big for him, and styles make fights. I feel like they're very similar. But those little slight bigger advantages will really benefit Haney. For example, I think his arms are longer, slightly taller. He's more naturally at that division. And they basically do similar things. But I'm not going to lie, I seen him get touched a lot this fight. You said you didn't see it, so I'm going to tell you, he was getting touched a lot. And, with the speed that Devin has, he will definitely touch him some. Go ahead.
Huh?
You have to repeat it. I didn't hear you. You were saying something at the same time.
Sorry, I interrupted you there. No, but they were given the punch stat numbers throughout the fight, and the numbers didn't indicate that he was getting hit that much. It's just we're not used to seeing him get hit at all. So when you're not used to seeing a guy get hit at all, and then you see him get hit a little bit, then it's like, oh, he he's not as good defensively as he is. But like the other caller said, he is. And if he wanted to be defensive in that fight, he could have, but he probably would have stunk the joint out. And so I don't know if his handlers. What I really think it is, he was home and he was pressing to try to stop the guy, but the guy was holding him, and he was frustrated, and he didn't respect his power, and so he just was way more offensive, and he let the defense slide a little bit, which for me is perfectly fine, because it's a fine line between getting in there and winning a fight and being defensive and boring a crowd to tears. You know what I mean? And right now, I just don't think boxing can handle too many high-profile fighters that are ultra defensive. Mayweather was able to get away with it because in between his defense, his offense was brilliant, and his defense was brilliant. And plus, he had built a brand for himself, and it was a perfect storm scenario. You had Pacquiao and on the other side, and a lot of people were hating on Floyd, and Floyd was doing things that even make him hate him even more. And and even then, he had a bunch of critics saying he was boring, and at times I was one of them. But in this era, with boxing being in the condition it is, I just don't think fans are going to respond favorably to a fighter that puts on boring performances. I think Andrade has suffered from that, among other things. But I've seen Andrade, I've heard him get a lot of praise, and I like Boo Boo, but I've seen him in a lot of fights where he was heavily favored to win. They were what I call setup fights, where they put him in with opponents that he should have looked real good against. He winds up looking good for 1 or 2 rounds, and then the rest of the fight,
it's boring. It's boring. No, you're absolutely right about that. And Shakur too. Like, I'm not even gonna lie, guys. Like, I want to be a Shakur fan, but that Valdez fight, I literally am not lying, guys. I fell asleep. I fell asleep because it got so clear that, okay, you're beating him up. Now it's time to do something entertaining, but it seemed like he just coasted through and just took the win that way. And it was pretty boring. I ain't gonna lie. Like, we literally fell asleep. I kept waking up in and out of it, and it was like, oh, okay, finally it's over. I opened my eyes again. It's the 11th round. It's like, and that usually doesn't happen, bro. I'm a boxing fan. I love boxing, but that fight, it did do that, and it started to do it again in this fight. Like he gets to these coasting moments, and I ain't gonna lie. Like Devin, his fights to me are a little bit like they're similar, but he still keeps me awake, bro. Like Shakur literally puts me to sleep, and I ain't even trying to be funny.
See, I kind of feel the same way about Devin Haney. I mean, they're both great fighters. They're both athletic guys. But you take Bud Crawford. Bud Crawford's an athletic guy, so is Earl Spence. If they wanted to use their athletic attributes to be defensive and fight like that all night, they could. But thank God they don't. Thank God Jermell Charlo doesn't do that. They box. They're not irresponsible like defensively, but they looking to fight, and they're looking to put some hurt on the opponent and things like that. So we don't need too many fighters, high profile fighters, that are going to do that. If you're going to be a boxer and you're going to box, do master boxing. That means you're throwing combinations. You're doing the things that the master boxers do. You're not just moving or grabbing, But it's a fine line, and it's been talked about a whole lot on YouTube and other places that, and in today's boxing, if you will, and for the last several years, it's all about keeping your O. Back in the day, when Tommy Hearns lost to Ray Leonard, Tommy still kept his fan base. When Leonard lost to Duran, Leonard kept his fan base. People didn't just throw the towel on a fighter. Now, if a fighter loses, he got exposed. Hell, even if a fighter gets knocked down one time, he's got a weak chin. Ryan Garcia got knocked down in one fight, came back and stopped the guy in the very next round. When he got up from the knockdown, he went straight at the guy, and he wound up stopping him with a brutal body shot. And now all you hear is, he's got a weak chin. Come on, man. And that's why I think these fighters a lot of times won't take the risk. They won't take the risk to look sensational, because if it means for a second that their chance of losing goes up even just a fraction, they just don't want to risk it.
So the big issue with everything, like, and I'm not trying to pick at like holes in it, but like the 80s and all those fights are going to be different because the social media is not around to sit there and influence the narrative. So we didn't hear negative stories about Sugar Ray Robinson or Sugar Ray Leonard or nothing like that, even if it was negative stories. Like, so let's say he got dropped in sparring. We didn't hear about that. There wasn't nobody in his gym all the time with the camera the way it be for this current generation. So that's another reason why they're cautious. You know, you're definitely right, but they are cautious for these reasons. You know, with that also being said, back to Devin Haney, I think it's a slight difference in between the styles. Like I actually believe, like, okay, so styles make fights for starters, so it's all about who you're matching them against. I'm not gonna sit here and act like they're boring because of they're just boring. It's their opponents. They hit them and they don't want to try to charge in like that no more. Specifically, if you put Devin in there with somebody who's going to keep charging at him, then it's going to be entertaining, right? If you put Shakur in there with somebody who's not going to give up and keep charging at him, it's going to be entertaining. What we seen when he fought Valdez was he broke Valdez's will, and Valdez decided, I'm just going to coast through this. So like I'm not going to sit there and act like it's that boring because it's their fault. You know what I mean? And that's a big fact. Like Jojo Diaz, bro. Jojo Diaz is a tough fighter. We see Jojo Diaz fight. We know how he fight. What happened in that fight, Fred? I feel like he realized really quickly, like, I can't do what I normally do against Devin, and I just need to coast. Right. He didn't do what we normally see him do. So whose fault is that? That's Devin's fault. That's his skills, and I'm not going to.
Devin neutralized him. Devin did a great job neutralizing him because I give Devin credit for that fight because I seen Jojo Diaz clear out my gym, and Jojo Diaz was killing these motherfuckers, and Devin did a hell of a job neutralizing that guy. So I've seen Jojo Diaz before, you know, when he was young, and he had IQ out of this world, man, and Devin did a hell of a job with him. I give Devin all the credit for that fight.
Yeah, I had Devin winning pretty much every round of that fight, but I gotta be honest, I wasn't that entertained by it. To me, it was rinse and repeat. Same thing with Cambosis.
I can see that.
Rinse and repeat. You know, when you're that much better than a guy, and I always bring up Ray Leonard because Ray, my all-time favorite fighter. When he got in there with guys, man, and he was better than them, you knew he was better. He was sensational, and he would get a lot of stoppage guys that a lot of these guys today would wind up just hugging and grabbing for 12 rounds. But Ray knew how to be sensational. And when I watch a lot of these fighters today, man, I wonder, you know, even Canelo Alvarez against Golovkin a couple of weeks ago, it seemed to me that Canelo never really took any risk. Like, if he really wanted to put his stamp on that trilogy with the way Golovkin was looking, it seemed to me like he never really turned it up to where it was like, all right, it looks like, you know, he really wants to get him out of here, or he's going to make an effort to be great here. He just kind of like went through the motions with him, you know what I mean? And you know, I mean, that fight was a little boring to me also. I might not be the boxing fan that I used to be, because I get, you know, nowadays, man, when I watch these fights, it's probably too because I went through a few eras, like when I first started watching boxing. Ali was the heavyweight champ, so I done seen all them greats, man, from then until now. Of course, I came up square in the middle of the Ray Leonard and Duran and Hagler and Hearns era, but I've seen them all. Julian Jackson, Terry Norris was one of my favorite fighters. If you don't know about Terry Norris, go look him up. A lot of youngins don't know that man right there. I remember at one
that man right there, terrible Terry Norris. I know about Terry Norris, man. That guy, he went on a spree after he got knocked out by Julian Jackson. Like, hey, I like really follow and study this sport like heavily. Like, man, like every single one of them, it's like there's a trail of it, you know, because then from him you can look at Julian Jackson. That guy was knocking everybody out like crazy too after he got knocked out by McCall. So it's just all those guys.
That's the single hardest puncher in the history of boxing, if you ask me, is Julian Jackson. that man had God-given power that was just unworldly. And when he fought Terry Norris, I remember watching Terry Norris at one time, like a lot of people, like when we watched Roy Jones and thinking, man, this guy, ain't nobody ever going to beat this guy. I remember watching Terry Norris and thinking, no one's ever going to beat this guy. He's fast as lightning. He can box his ass off. He's got power. He's got all the tools, and he's got a mean streak. He like Bud Crawford. He's got that. Terry Norris had a mean streak in him, where he was just ferocious, man. He was a ferocious fighter, and when he fought Julian, I thought, oh man, that was a super fight back then, and he was doing good. But and I think that Julian caught him in the second round. It was early, and that broke my heart, man. I like Julian too at the same time, but man, Norris was doing his thing. He was using his speed, and he was catching Julian Jackson, and then bow.
Yeah, that's one of my favorite ones to show the kids because, like you said, like that's one of them fights where they be watching. They're like, yeah, this kid's beating him up, and then he just gets knocked out. Like you said, he was easily winning the fight. The kids are like, yeah, we like him. When like my son didn't know what was gonna happen. He damn near cried when he seen him get knocked out because like I was showing them, him before, so they get a good look at him. Like, okay, this guy's good. So when I put on another fight, they're like, okay, he's probably gonna beat this guy too because he's winning. He gets clipped right out of nowhere, falls flat on his face. It was bad. That one was a bad one.
Right.
You ever see Julian Jackson's knockout of Harold Graham, the English fighter?
Yeah, when he's
yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah. We got Cowboy Danny in the house. What's up, man?
What's up, guys? How about them Cowboys?
Yeah.
How about them Cowboys?
Yeah.
Yeah, they got a win last night.
Yes, we did. Super Rush, baby. Let's go.
Now, what's on your mind, Danny?
Nothing, just relaxing. Came to say hi.
Oh, I appreciate you coming through, man. Nah, that's love. What you got on Shakur and Devin? Anything?
Not really. I just came on your guys' stream. Just to say hi.
Oh yeah. That's a starter kit. You just make sure it's work, making sure it's good, right? And then next time you come in, you're gonna have something to talk about. I appreciate you, dog. I appreciate you. Yeah, all the time. Yeah, man. Yeah, terrible Terry.
Beat this year is the Ravens.
Well, we got to see, man. The second half of the season, I want to see how Lamar Jackson body holds up. Because he's fourth in the NFL in rushing right now.
He's on fire.
Yeah,
he has scored 5 touchdowns in both last week's game and the week before, and the week before that he scored 3 touchdowns. He threw for 3 touchdowns. He's throwing from the pocket much better. His pass accuracy, he's reading the defense is better. And only thing is, the Ravens, their defense is not good, and they're banged up already. Just like that, they're already banged up on defense. But I don't know, man. I'm a homer because I'm be more, but Lamar Jackson is on fire right now. I think he's got 10 or 11 touchdowns already.
He's definitely the leading candidate right now for MVP. But it's a long season. They got 14 more games, man.
Yeah, I know.
Can he hold up? Can he physically hold up? Because he has to run the ball, and that's a tough offense.
That's the thing. He's not running the ball as much now as what he has in the past. I mean, they've been working with him full time to get him to stay in the pocket, and they call him better plays for him to be more comfortable in the pocket. See, a lot of people, they forget, man, that this guy only been in the league, 4 years? If you look at Peyton Manning and all them guys, man, most all them guys, they didn't start winning Super Bowls until 5, 6, 7 years. It takes a while. If you ever seen one of those NFL playbooks, man, them things are like a foot thick. You can have all the athletic ability in the world, but especially at the quarterback position, you got to know that playbook inside and out, and that shit takes some time. And but when you're naturally gifted with speed like he is, it's probably tough for him because he,
right.
When he sees the field, if he says, "Oh, my first read's not there," well, I can just run for this, But we know that doesn't last in the NFL, so I'm happy to see that he has ran a little bit. I guess because his rushing yards are up there, but he's always going to be that. But I'm just glad to see him being much more accurate with his passes.
Yeah, we'll see, man. Week 9, week 10, I'll look back and look at the Philadelphia quarterback, Miami quarterback, and Lamar Jackson, because his release point is still kind of low, and he still got to use his legs. I want to. I don't have faith in him. I love his talent, but in terms of in the pocket and making those third and 8 throws, I don't know yet. He's a freak of nature. If he's one of these athletes that I would pay to see, but I don't trust him yet in the pocket, 3rd and 8 and 4th quarter. Can he hit that out route? I don't know that yet. I know Mahomes can. I know Aaron Rodgers can. I know, and quarterback is not about race, man. You gotta hit that court. You gotta man, that out route, man. Shit, I'm not sold on it. I don't think Whatchcalled is good at Arizona. I think he's average at best. I got to see Jalen Hurts play because my boy DJ, he's a big fan. They 3-0, so I want to see him play. The quarterback play is just not that good. The Giants quarterback play was average yesterday. The Dallas Cowboys quarterback play was average yesterday. I
heard you said talk about it in your locker room. What sport did you play?
I played football and basketball and all that stuff. But yeah, the locker room. Yeah, we had an older coach, Coach Owens. You know what I mean? And by the way, I'm in the Hall of Fame. Hall of Fame, baby, back-to-back champions. You know what I mean? And but anyways,
what, college?
Yeah, college. Yeah. So, but he was an older coach, Coach Owens, and he was very disciplined. He never cursed. So we couldn't use the N-word in the locker room when he was there. And I understand it now being 44, because now you divide the locker room. And you got black people saying the N-word and white people just sitting there, and you got the little freshmen who can't talk. You know what I mean? I understand how powerful that word is at 44. I didn't understand it at 19. So,
well, let me ask you this:
yes,
since
please.
You played football at a high level, I'm one. You could throw a rock and hit someone that knows more about football than me, but I like watching football. I've been watching. My wife's a big fan, but oftentimes I hear coaches a lot of times get the blame, and I always feel like, nah, man, the coach can call in the best play that he can possibly call in, but if the athletes don't carry it out, then how can you blame the old dude on the sideline with the clipboard? What's your thoughts on how much do coaches bear a responsibility in a football game as opposed to the players?
Players win game, coaches lose games.
Okay.
Yeah. It's just a reality. You gotta have talent, man. You gotta have talent. And I remember we had a quarterback named Steve Luce. He was a Division I bounce back from Northern Illinois. Oh man. Choo-wee. Woo, Steve Luce. Big time Steve Luce, man. Oh man, bad motherfucker. Man, he could put the football in a trash can 40 yards down the field. Oh, bad motherfucker. And he led us. You know what I mean? And he didn't call his own plays, but he knew how to audible. He knew what he was doing. And I think coaches is put the players in the best position possible and let them go. Coaches have favorites sometimes, but in football, it's all about that quarterback, man. That quarterback guy. You got to have a quarterback. You can't go nowhere without a quarterback. And I understand why they're the highest paid player on the field. But, man, you got to be able to drop them dimes. And
you ever do any boxing?
No, not perfect. No. But
yeah,
go ahead. I mean, I box now, but I don't. No, not no. But yeah.
I did some at a police recreation center from the time I was about 15 until I was about 19.
Yeah.
And I can tell you this, man. That sometimes, you know, like in boxing, a boxer's coach. A lot of times, man, when you're in a boxing ring, what they're telling you in between rounds, you don't really. At least I didn't. I don't want to say they're overrated in what they do, because it's sometimes they will pick up on things that you're not really seeing, but a lot of times, like you hear coaches tell a lot, just go out there and bang bang and ding bang. Motherfuckers, you got no clue. You know, it's not that simple to just go out there and just bang bang and zip and do this and do that. I mean, of course, strategy.
It sounds like you tying up your girlfriend.
Well, you know, I'm just saying, you know, there's been cases where fighters have fought and they didn't even have a coach in the corner.
Sure.
That doesn't typically happen, but a lot of times, man, you know, especially, you know, in a fight, that shit goes out the window, man. You're in the middle of combat. You don't really hearing what they, you know, he can tell you, go out there and throw your left jab and work off your jab. Okay, fine. I mean, any boxer gets taught that right from day one. But if it was just as easy as doing that, like Teddy Atlas, he used to get on my daggone nerves, man. I'm glad I don't see Teddy Atlas on TV no more, because of his big loud mouth, and he would be in the corner, man, and it just seemed to me like he was trying to make it about him. You know, he was trying to win an Oscar.
He's that kind of guy.
Yeah, and plus, you know, Teddy Atlas, I think he lost his job at ESPN for his terrible commentary in the Pacquiao Horn fight. That was some of the worst commentary I ever heard. Listen, I like Manny Pacquiao. I didn't even know who Jeff Horn was. I remember watching the fight. Manny had been off for a little while. He was on a little bit of a layoff. They brought him back against this guy, Jeff Horn. I was like, who the fuck is this kid? He only had like 17 fights. Looked like he was 13 years old to me. And I thought, well, this is just a fight for Pacquiao to come back on. So I tuned in, fully expecting to see Manny just bulldoze that guy, man. Manny Pacquiao lost that fight, man. I've watched that fight 4 or 5 times now, and I can't see where anyone would think that Manny won that fight. And after the fight, Freddie Roach said he lost. He said he lost the fight. I like Manny, man, but he lost that fight. And Teddy Atlas's commentary was so one-sided. I mean, even if you thought Manny Pacquiao was winning the fight, you ain't going to give this guy no credit, man, fighting in front of this big-ass home crowd and fighting a legend-type champion like this and doing as good as what he's doing. Even if you think you're losing, you know, you ain't going to give him no credit. He's up there screaming and spitting on Joe Tessitore and just carrying on, man. I remember when Teddy was commentating on ESPN, you might remember this. He had, you know, like every time there was a big fight coming up, they would do a little piece on it, and he would give his prediction. And he was wrong like 23 times in a row. Remember that?
No, I don't remember, but that sounds funny. What's up, Raphael? Yeah. What's up, Monica? Yeah, that's funny. That's 23 times in a row. But I know Rayshawn was jumping at the bit to talk about the boxing. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I don't watch nothing but boxing, so I can't talk about football. But I am myself like a USA boxing coach, and I can tell you a lot of what you're talking about as far as why it is the way it is has a lot to do with the amateur system and the way they actually score those amateur fights these days. As far as most of it is all about, you know, just brawling and craziness, to be honest with you. So if you really want to win, you have to pretty much land and don't get hit. I showed you a clip of my son, his fight earlier, Fred. I don't know if you got to look at it, but like that's the type of stuff I'm talking about. It has a lot to do with the way people are coaching and teaching their fighters.
Right.
Like, bro, like I was at them fights this weekend, and there's a lot of amateur coaches that did not know nothing about concussions or anything like that. And I've seen a couple of kids get concussions that day, like as far as like adult, you know, like 16, 17-year-olds, and they didn't stop the fight. It's like you got to recognize, like I'm serious, like some kid got hit with a mean uppercut. His eyes were just like glazing everywhere, and they were just yelling at him instructions, not understanding that this kid is concussed. Like a lot of people don't even know nothing about that type of stuff. Like I really recommend everybody take them a concussion safety class and stuff like that if you want to even think about being a coach. Otherwise, you're gonna mess around and get your fighter hurt, and that's what goes on a lot of the time. So a lot of people get broken in the amateur systems. They get hit hard, they get a concussion, and then they don't even want to engage no more. You know what I mean? They learn what they have to do to win is simply hit and not be hit. And like they get obsessed with it to the point where they don't even know if they got a damn chin anymore because they're traumatized. You know what I mean? Like I literally see that happen, and that has a lot to do. So like when you say, so like I'm a little biased for that because I am a coach. Coaches are very important in that moment. Like we're here to basically protect the fighter. And like that's a big part of why we are here. At the end of it all, coaching can be overrated, but at the same time, you need somebody in your corner to help you.
I hear you.
What's up, Kyle?
What's
going on, Big Fred?
Hey, happy birthday, man.
Man, I appreciate that, Big.
How old are you today?
Huh?
How old are you today?
34.
Oh, 34. Happy birthday. For sure. Where you on your way to?
To the job. I think they're gonna throw me a surprise party, man.
You think?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, man.
Yeah, go ahead, stall for a while then, you know.
I hope they don't. He said he's gonna walk in and be like, I gotta work. He said he's driving to work saying I think they're gonna throw me a surprise birthday party. Oh, that's yeah, you got some high hopes.
Hey, pie in the sky. Pie in the sky, dog.
Well, I mean, hopefully you get everything you asked for, man.
They're gonna throw you a surprise workday party.
Facts, Jerry. Facts. He's like, man, I can't wait to get to work. They about to, man. They about to have
work the shit out.
Hey, cause listen, I've thrown people surprise parties. I helped plan people surprise parties, and I never got one, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I always tell everybody, man, I sure want a surprise party. I've been saying that shit for years and never got one, bro.
Mm-hmm.
That sounds about right.
What's your take on Keyshawn, Shakur, and all that?
Listen, to be honest with you, this whole thing is DJ's fault. DJ from the boxing section, he started all this shit.
Oh, what'd he say? What'd he say?
You know, he kicked this shit off, man. He kicked it off. When we was in Vegas, he kicked that shit off, man.
Oh, with Keyshawn Davis?
Oh yeah. We're gonna blame DJ for this.
What'd he say?
We instigated and shit like that on the video.
Max was with
you. Look, speaking of one of the devils, that was part of the mix.
Oh, the Keyshawn mix?
Yeah. I told Fred, DJ is responsible for Keyshawn Davis and Frank Martin. He's single-handedly responsible for that.
Yeah, he cracked it off. He planted the seed. He cracked it off. I just recorded the shit. Yeah. It was a moment.
Appreciate you, Jerry. Mm-hmm. I guess
what's good, Fred?
We good. Yes.
Hey, listen. I know what you're doing, Fred.
Huh?
I know what you're doing.
What am I doing?
You called this troll here.
Oh, the Mexican agitator.
That's
trying to set Kyle up.
That's funny as hell.
Hey, actually, Deacon should be appreciative toward Fred, because if you watch, Fred actually gave him a heads up. He said, and then we're gonna have Mex on. He gave him an opportunity to go ahead and scoot out the back door real quick.
I did. Well, I didn't want to scoot the back door, but I just
he gonna run. He gonna run every time. So it's all right. So let him do that. That's what works for him. Oh, there he goes.
Yeah, let me kick him out.
Like mini Santos over there.
I know. Yeah, you get the stage all to yourself tonight, man.
Oh my God. See, so my belief is
I was looking forward to this tonight. No one coming in, but
hey, bro, I got off work early for this shit. I should be at work right now. I told my boss, I was like, yo, it's hella dead right now. Is it cool if I get off an hour early? I got a little thing on YouTube to try to do. And he's like, yeah, fuck it. Saves labor hours. I was like, all right.
That's dope. That's dope. Well, it's all yours. It's all yours.
Man, I don't know if I'm the guy to lead this discussion. According to everybody, I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. But I would free speech
platform, man.
I would say this. I think everybody has a right to feel the way they feel. You know what I'm saying? I can't tell nobody of any ilk at all, white or black, because there's a lot of any type that has a problem with the way people say shit. So I can't say like, oh, they're wrong for it. They need to get over it. They need to get it. I'm not of that mindset. My mindset is, but it's happening. You know what I mean? There's nothing you can do to stop it. This is a culture that's taken over. And like I've thought about this long and hard because I have been in many discussions about this on different panels. And I'm just like trying to figure it out. And I think it's just that gap, that generational gap where, yeah, like if you're, let's see, where are we? 2020. So if you're 50, you're born with 1970, right? You're 50. By the time them 80s hit, them late 80s crack era, late 80s, early 90s hit, I mean, you're already 20-something years old. So the way you actually grew up, this stuff was not the way it was. Like the way things are now, people saying, you know, niggas the homie and shit like that. It was, you know, right off the end of the war and civil rights movement. So it wasn't popping like that. So when you know, NWA came in, did their thing, you got Richard Pryor out here doing his thing, using what he's using, then by that time, these people are already 20, 25 years old. So yeah, you didn't grow up in it. Now, if you take someone that was born, I mean, me personally, I was born in 86. So by the time 1990 hit, I was only 4 years old. So we know what the 90s rap era and hip hop era was like and what it did. This is what I grew up on every day, every car ride, everything. It's all we knew our whole life. So it wasn't like it was a new fad that came on later and we gravitated toward it. So I think that a lot of older men, 40s, 50s, they were already kind of who they were at the time when the shit got popping. So they didn't jump onto it. Maybe a couple did, maybe joined the gang or some shit and started woo, get it. But as far as us younger, and I'm gonna say us, but there's even people younger than me, you know, 20s, teenagers nowadays, like you said yesterday, there might be a 17-year-old watching this. So, and I know out here in Cali, we're a little more integrated. I don't know how it is in the South. From the sound of some of the people, it sounds like still kind of segregated in some areas. So the culture is different. But my thing is, I openly admit that I don't understand where they're coming from because I didn't live their life, their culture, their generation, or their demographic. But instead of them admitting the same in return, motherfuckers want to try to tell me what's up. You can't. You can't. I try to be respectful, but at the same time, it's like, this is how we talk out here.
You know, when you put it in those time pockets, I understand like the higher the more people use that word, especially like in the 90s and the 2000s, coming from I was born in, I'm 44, so 77. So I get that. Now, with that being said, do you think you're responsible for like the whole conversation, so everybody that's in it, or is it always like, so let's say you're talking to one person in a group of 10 people. Are you responsible for the 10 people, or you're only responsible for that one person you're communicating with?
That's a good question. Because I think that you should always be responsible for what you say, especially in public, right? Because especially nowadays, man, they motherfuckers gonna screenshot your shit, record your shit, whatever it is, real quick. So, but at the same time, if I'm not fucking talking to you, then you're really up in my business trying to find a problem. I'm not talking to you. So, I mean, you know, just like these tell you, hey, stay out of grown folks' business. Then, you know, if I'm not talking to you, I'm not addressing you. Now I understand, like, some people have a deeper connection to it, but and most of the time it is older people, and that's why I do try to my best. Like when I first got on here with y'all, I've been on here probably most of the year so far, 2022, right? Well, on yours, Kyle's platform, When I first jumped on, I was a little. I tried to be a little more conscious of it, but at the same time, I was new to the platform. I was like the whole YouTube thing. I saw how even some of my favorite creators on YouTube were censoring the word all of a sudden for, I guess, monetization purposes or whatever. So I was kind of like not trying to like step on no toes on yours and Kyle's as far as like making it where y'all can't get money off your shit. Right. So that was my main kind of like, all right, let me watch the language. In person, I'll probably talk still to this day in person. I talk way worse than on the internet because talk about subject matters that can't be discussed on YouTube. You know what I mean? So it's like, but after a while, it's like becoming, I guess, comfortable and seeing kind of talking to everybody on a nightly basis for hours at a time. It kind of becomes a community. And so when it becomes that and it's used amongst the homies in a sense, then it's a little different. Now, like I admitted yesterday, when I was addressing Michael and Deacon that day and I called them old ass niggas, like, yeah, I called them old ass niggas. Now, they don't like it, then I respect the fact they don't like it. I apologize, won't use it again, but you're still old and out of touch. You're still old heads. You're still, the meaning of what I was trying to say is still the same because I didn't mean it in that manner. Now, if you want to pick and choose and be like, oh, I felt like you did mean it in that manner. All right, well, I didn't. But we can just avoid this mix up again by me just not saying it, because the way you're taking it is not the way it's intended, which I'm pretty sure everybody fucking knows, but it's easy pickings. It's low hanging fruit. Mm-hmm. It's low hanging. It's just like, it's easy to fucking complain about that. Oh, you're not black and you said it. Now I got a problem. That's it. Don't matter about the context. Don't matter about nothing. And that's my thing is I respect people that say, I don't even want my own people using the word because of what this word means to me. That I can respect 1,000 times more than someone saying because of your skin color you can't use it. Like that, I respect that a lot more, and that's why when my stepdad's mother, who's an older black woman from North Carolina, tells us ain't nobody using that fucking word, and she don't cuss at all. She doesn't say fucking, but ain't nobody using the word. Ain't nobody listening to rap music in her house. You know what I mean? We can't even have our headphones on too loud. You know what I'm saying? Like. She plays gospel, so she comes with things. So you respect it. Of course you respect it. I would never in my life, even talking to my brothers, even if the homie was there, I would make sure that I was on my P's and Q's because if Graham said that shit, I don't even want to know what the consequence is gonna be. Because it ain't gonna be her doing it, because she gonna tell one of the boys or Graham or my dad, and we'll get ass whipped. So definitely there's a time and place, like always. But I do feel like certain people just try to find problems with shit that are clearly not problems when they leave the context out of shit, and then they say, well, because of your skin color, I have a problem with you using this word. And it's like, do you have a problem with the word or do you have a problem with the person? And that's what it starts coming down to.
Do you think hip-hop? Go ahead, Kyle.
I'm gonna say this though, Max. You can't really tell people that have been called the word, that's been mistreated by the word. You can't tell them who can say it and who can't say it. What you respect and what you can't respect. That's not your call, bro.
But they can't either.
No, it is, nigga, because
Kyle, first of all, Kyle, let's not mix up and act like they're the same word. That's where all this shit stems from. The ER is not the same from the A, and every fucking buddy knows that.
It's the same sometimes, nigga.
Yeah, if it's meant that way. But most of the time, if someone means that they're gonna add the ER to be clear. If they really mean it that way, why would they half-ass the shit? If it's a real racist that really don't want to fuck with you, you think he gonna use some slang with you? No. So like we know what it is in the concept of using it. If I say, yo, Kyle, what's up, my nigga, woo woo, and then an old head's like, hey, don't be using that word. It's like, bro, I wasn't calling them that. So if your offense is, well, when I was younger, people used to, run me down for school, throw rocks on my shit, whatever, in a racist way, that's not what it is. So you're trying to make it the same. It's not. Because now it's to the point that word can be used as more than just a noun. Like, when some shit fuck up, sometimes you forgot your wallet. Nigga. Ain't calling nobody shit. You know what I'm saying? Same thing like fucking motherfucker is used so many different ways. It doesn't mean fucking mothers anymore. It doesn't just mean you're a motherfucker. Here's a motherfucker. Oh, stub your toe. Motherfucker. Like, it's a different context now. And really, I don't know how true it is. I've done a little bit of research, but technically, from what I've understood, motherfucker is a racist term too that a lot of people use. A lot of, from what I understand, I could be completely wrong. but I did hear about some history, which obviously you can't really tell a lot of history of words. It's just a bunch of stories. But one of them was that it came from slaves when they used to put bags over their heads and make them have sex with their mother and then take the bags off and make them, to demean them as humans. It was a way of them psychologically breaking down slaves. So that's what I heard that the origin of the word came from and why it was used in a derogatory way our whole life, pretty much. Motherfucker's never really been a compliment. But we use it now. We're 2022. No one even knows the history of that shit, and no one cares. Everyone uses it.
It is. I got to mute you, Kyle. Tell me when you're ready. Is in your opinion, is hip hop throwing their rocks and hiding their hands?
Yes and no, because if you break down the origin, right? If you break down the origin of the A, it came from the ER, right? There is a direct correlation between the two. Now the meanings are obviously different. They took it and empowered or whatever, to use as term endearment. We get it. So when you look at the history of it and you want to break it down, you're like, yeah, but it came from this, and this is the problem. I agree. But we know in hip hop that's not how they're using it. So it's like there's got to be context put to it. Unless your offense is just, I don't want to hear that fucking word from nobody's mouth. The blackest of the black, the whitest of the white, I don't give a fuck who it is. I don't want to hear it. That I will respect 1,000 times more. And that's just me personally. Like Kyle says, I'm not trying to say I'm the end all be all and this is how things should be. I'll say for me, I respect when someone brings that shit to me. Like, I don't want to hear from no one, black or otherwise. I can say, okay, he really got a problem with that fucking word. But when someone's picking on or the famous one is when they ask you first, hey, you got any black king? Nah, not that I know of. Oh, you can't use that word now. Oh, but if I would say yes, I could use it. Like, so your problem is still not with the word or how it was used or the context it was used. Your problem is with the person. So if your problem is with the person based on my skin color, so if you got a problem with what I do and how I act and how you're going to treat me based on my skin color, then what are we getting around to? I mean, what is that the definition of? Like, you're going to treat me differently based on my skin color. You're going to treat someone else differently based on their skin color, regardless of what the situation might be. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that's when we start wiggling around where it's like, you wouldn't like if it was done to you. You wouldn't like someone to say, hey, well, since you're not this color, you can't do this. Right. Or you can't say this if it's not derogatory. Now, if anyone's use it derogatory, I'll be the first one helping pack them out. Like, and that's been proven a million times. I got 2 black brothers. Anyone that's ever even said this shit to them got side busted. It wasn't no conversation. Like, that's it. You're going to use the ER. You're going to try to say it because it can be said with the A derogatory, for sure. And if that happens, you're just going to catch one. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I fired on most people before any of my black friends did because we don't tolerate that shit over here. So at the same time, it's like to try to make me an op when I'm not and trying to like make a narrative out of some shit. It's not cool. And that's the shit that I'm always going to fight back against. Like, I can respect people's wishes, but don't try to like tell me what I should and shouldn't be saying when you don't understand the culture and what we're talking about.
Yeah. Before Michael Fuller goes, I want to put a button on my thought. The moment I heard it in that concert, I realized that we don't own hip hop and we don't own that word. When I heard it, I'm not saying I'm accepting of other people saying it and or doing it, but in that moment, it's like hip hop is saying everybody can say it because everyone consumes the music and what you supposed to edit yourself when you're singing the song. Like, come on, it's not fair, so my thoughts are it's one of the most vile words because of its origin. I mean, because of its origin in North America. And I go back and forth with it in terms of the ownership of the word and hip hop. And I see white artists do collaborations with black artists and the black artist is using the word, right? And I'm like, hold up. That means their white audience has the right to say that word. You get what I'm saying? So I've retired from even debating this word, in terms of spending hours on it. But
But the question I have for you, Fred, are you of the ilk that believes that the hard R is the same exact thing as the A?
I've never distinguished the two. I've never even cared to even play with that. I've never even thought of that in my life. Like ER, I've always said, like, why? I've never thought about it. You know, my dictation, I'm more prone to say it ER, you know, because of my diction, you know, like if I mean I would say it's like 50, like I don't know, maybe a little less, but I don't distinguish one from the other at all. I just think it's all one word. And I'm not fighting over this word though. I'm not fighting over this word. I'll handle disrespect as it comes to me, and it's my decision whether to fight or flee, you know. And but I'm not standing on the mountain fighting over the N-word. Not at 44 years old, and I got a 7 and a 4-year-old. Not doing it. What's up, Mr. Fuller?
Yeah, hey, the whole thing about fighting over the word, I don't. Obviously, I'm 53, so I'm not. It's I'm not gonna physically fight someone over the word. But it's about basic human respect and decency. We deserve better than that, than to be referring to each other in that way, especially in a very negative connotations. When you talked about the whole MF term, that was pretty accurate. I mean, that's what happened when the transatlantic slave trade became illegal. The import of slaves, and I'm not going to say import of slaves. I would say the import of human beings that were thrust into slavery. When that became illegal, then there was huge breeding farms that were set up. One of the biggest ones was in Richmond, Virginia, where they bred us like animals. And come on, man, think about this for a minute, okay? And these terms come from that reality. And we sit around and call each other that. Yeah, I don't like it when we use those terms to describe one another. But I understand that the psychological damage that's been done behind that term, it's been a way that we kind of try to take away its power or its sting. But again, we deserve better. And I don't like when Black people refer to each other that way, especially in a negative way. And I certainly don't like it when other ethnicities think it's okay to do that. Because me, that doesn't define who I am. That does not define who I am. I don't like to be referred to as that. And I typically don't refer to people like that. The only time that I've slipped back into that mindset is if I get extremely angry, right? I don't normally deal with people in that way. I know my people are better than that. We deserve better than that, and we need to treat each other better than that. So I don't refer to other people of our bloodline and our descent with that term. So, I mean, each one, you know, each person has a right to do whatever they want to do. But I think, you know, this whole thing about being a generation gap, and that way is cool, and how California is so diverse. If California is first of all, the generation gap thing, I would dare to say that if you go to some places, well, most places in the United States as a person of another ethnicity, and go in there using that word, the young pups will deal with you. You know, I mean, I know if you go in, you know, some places in Chicago, Midwest, and you have another ethnicity and you get to referring to folks in that way, you might be in some big trouble. And it won't be as you say, the old heads addressing your situation. It'll be the young pups that want to bring that pain to you.
Yeah, but Chicago actually has a very large demographic of Mexicans. There's a bunch of young Mexican teenagers that grow up in those Chicago hoods that say the word. Yes, me as an outsider that never grew up in Chicago, yeah, I probably can't walk into a hood and just woo woo. Like, but for the Mexicans that look like me and grew up there their whole life, they're talking the same way, and no one has a problem with it.
I don't know about that. I would
because most
argue
hoods have that token white boy or Mexican or Asian or a group or so that grew up in the neighborhood, and they get the pass, right? They get the pass from the homies, and then other people that are not in the neighborhood want to press the issue.
Okay, so that's up for debate. That's up for debate. But here's one thing that I don't buy is when you talk about how diversified, California is and everyone's free and all that. I went to school out there, and when I looked in LA and saw Skid Row, 80% of them people out on Skid Row are black folks. Is that right, Fred?
It's a high number.
Is that right?
It's a high number.
All this California, we're so free, diversified, and free of racism and oppression. Okay, so you explain to me why when you go to Skid Row in LA, 80% of those people out there on Skid Row are black folks. Explain that to me.
I want to ever explain homelessness for no one. That's a life choice.
What I'm trying to say is that's a bunch of hogwash, right?
But LA is not California. If you get your idea of California from LA, you forever going to be off base. Because in LA, there is a lot of racial tension between blacks and Mexicans, for sure. Always has been.
I lived in San Diego, Monterey.
San Diego's not like that.
Los Angeles, come on.
Monterey's not like that. The Bay's not like that.
Okay. So anyway, I'm going to stop there. What I'll say is that I wish that we would stop using the term among each other, because just like that brother said yesterday, was talking, I think his name was Richard, I think maybe. I don't remember the brother's name, but he was talking about how people, and I hate this. I mean, I hate when people, come in and they think because, they use certain slang of a different ethnicity, that first of all, that you actually communicate that way. they assume that if they talk, quote unquote, Ebonics, then that's the best way to communicate with you. That's in my opinion, that's insulting. That's demeaning. But at the same time, they feel like somehow that's the way to communicate with you. And then, and because they communicate with you, then they're able to slip in terms like that. I don't allow, when the people that I deal with on a regular basis, first of all, I usually deal with them in a professional setting. So that's completely unacceptable. But even if it was not a professional setting, I would immediately address that if I heard someone in my presence in a place that I was out in public and they used that term and they were of another ethnicity, because I think it's like we mentioned, it's too much pain, too much hurt, too much disrespect, centuries of just horrific satanic type practices that were perpetuated behind that term and its meaning and its original meaning. And so you just can't, that's something I can't swallow it. I can't digest that, and again, I wish that we would stop referring to each other like that, because we're better than that. We're better than that. We need to redefine the mindset that we have, because it is a mindset that has been created through that trauma, the trauma of what our people went through in this country, and continue to go through. And I don't know if I don't know if you took the time out to listen to what I said in yesterday's show when I first came on, and I explained how the spirit is the same, but the methods, the systemic methods by which that spirit is carried out in today's society is much different. But this is just as tangible. It's just as real. And I explained certain aspects of that. I'm not going to redo it. I'm not going to do it again. If you want to know why it's just as bad today as it was back in the 50s and 60s, listen to what I said. Go back and listen to that.
I don't think there's anything you can tell me that's gonna make me change my mind on that shit because the outcome is not the same.
Man. It's okay, and that's disrespectful.
That's
disrespectful.
How?
But it's okay because I'm telling
for you to say that shit is worse in the 50s and 60s, bro. Like, how am I the disrespectful one in this situation?
I'm telling you that I explain why. As
far as this, if you're talking about the spirit of it, yes, there's still racist people here. There's probably people that wish they could hang people. There's probably people that wish they could do all the shit they did back then because they're just racist pieces of shit. I get you. They're out there still. That'll never go away. But they can't. You can't just openly walk down the street and do the shit and send a postcard to your family. You can't do that shit. So to say that this shit is the same, it's like, how is that not disrespectful through what your own ancestors went through? Your own lineage went through. How's that? How is saying today is just as bad? It's not.
I agree with you. It's not the same.
Way more freedom, way more opportunity, way more chances to create opportunity for yourself that didn't exist before. So
Here's the thing, though, just like I said, if not even willing to go back and listen to what I said and the basis for my statement, then conversation is mute at this point. It's mute. So, and it just shows that you have a basic. You feel comfortable in referring to black folks in that way, and that's who you want to be. That's who you are. So it makes me.
But he just said
wait, Kyle, 1 second. Main event 510. Appreciate you, Kyle. Thank you. I was born in the 70s and jumped off the porch in the 80s, and will never respect another race using the N-word. And Mr. Gumbo double downs and says, Mex, stop the cap. The Mexicans get caught using the word. Where I'm from in Louisiana, they get dealt with the young generation.
Yeah, the bottom line is, when it's all said and done, the fact that I've
hold that thought, Mr. Fuller. I apologize. I cut Kyle off. Go ahead, Kyle.
Go ahead.
The thing is, Max already said that if somebody says they don't want him to use the word around them, then he won't use the word around them.
No, to them when addressing them. I'm not gonna walk on eggshells because someone else is in the room with me. No, but I won't direct it toward him. Like I told Mike, and Mike explained it, and he's an example of exactly what I talked about. He don't even like black people using it, so he feels very strongly about the word. That is something I can respect versus what other people have said. Well, it's because you're not black, you can't use it. And if they're black, I have no problem. He has a problem with the word because the origin of the word, I get it. He knows the origin of it, that he feels a certain type of way. That's cool. So I apologize for throwing it in there when I was talking to him. And when I address him directly, I won't. But if I'm talking to you on the panel, Kyle, and I say something to you and you ain't got a problem with it, then Mike don't have
I got a
come tell me what I can say.
I got a problem with it, bro.
All right, for sure. I'm gonna call you my light skin instead. But no, it's just, I think for me, it is foreign because, you feel me, this is how I grew up. This is not even a neighborhood thing. This is within my household, within the confines of the walls of my house first, before anything, before neighborhood, and then in the neighborhood too. And it's not just me. I know white dudes, Mexican dudes that say it all the time. You know what I mean? And not disrespectfully. You know what I'm saying? So to me, it's like, yeah, I get it. It's a culture shock probably for some people that didn't, but the streets took over the word. Hip hop took over the word. If you are not of those two cultures, you're probably not going to understand it. And just like I'm not of y'all culture or what y'all grew up or how you grew up or how you were taught, how you're raised in your household, then I don't understand you either. So we're just not understanding shit. But to try to paint a narrative that I'm trying to be derogatory or malicious when I say shit couldn't be further from the truth. And that's really the only discrepancy I have with this shit.
Well, what I would say, man, if you go back and look at that video where and I don't know if you're even willing to do this, where you referred to myself and I think Deacon as well as, old ass ends or whatever. There was a bunch of vitriol and angst in your voice, bro.
Yeah, there was. Y'all keep trying to press a hard line. All I said was hi to you guys. You guys started some shit.
Very negative, very negative. I mean, it was the ER all day.
No, it wasn't.
ER all day.
It wasn't.
I'm talking about the vitriol and the anger and the angst in which you mentioned that, right? It's just like, you know. So for me, and I don't
Okay.
make the.
So where do you think that came from, Mike? You want to take responsibility for your actions? So you think because I was talking to a black man that I'm angry at you being black, so I used old ass nigga and I meant it racistly. You don't think it had to do with me coming on saying what's up to y'all and y'all start some bullshit right away? So I'm mad at your guys' actions. I'm mad at the way you guys choose to try to treat me on these platforms. That's where the anger is. Not in the language, not at your skin color, not the fact that you're black. Because if you were two white dudes, I would say the same shit. These old ass niggas trying to woo woo woo. It has nothing to do with the skin color when I talk about.
I've never treated you any kind of way. I've never called you a spick or a wetback. Okay.
I would have taken offense.
Hold on. The only thing that I've said to you is that this is the only thing I've said to you is that I don't appreciate the way that you minimize and trivialize the plight of my people. I don't like it. I don't like when you use the word. All right. And I definitely don't like when you use the word when you refer to me. I don't think that that's right. And as I respect your people and the people of your descent and bloodline, and I would never use derogatory terms to explain your existence and your state of humanity. I don't like when you use them to explain to communicate mine. My existence and my state as humanity does not condense down to being a nigga. You understand? Okay, so I don't like it. I don't appreciate it. And the fact that and that's the only thing I've said to you. So when you talk about mistreatment,
if you're talking about recently, yeah, that conversation in particular. But I'm saying every time we get on here, you are the number one greatest GOAT Hall of Famer of all time of making every conversation racial. It does not matter the subject matter. You are the king of slipping in some race. You're grilling people on race that don't even want to talk about the shit. Right. And it's just like, so, and then you get mad when we don't give you the answers you want, or we don't think the way you want, or not mad, because I'm going to say I don't feel anger coming from you, but you get like this condescending fucking tone, like nobody knows and everyone's wrong because they don't see things the way you see it, but you start the conversations. It's like you're setting up to knock down. Like, and it's just like, I fall for the bait a lot because I don't care. I ain't afraid of these conversations. I'm not all these other motherfuckers that say, I'm just going to be quiet. I'm not going to say shit because black people are mad at me. No, I don't care. I grew up in this shit. I'm used to this shit. I'm used to being the only non-black person in a crowd full of black people. I'm used to being the only non-black person in certain hoods or certain parties or on the team and shit like that. So I'm used to what comes with this shit. I understand it. But at the same time, it's like you can't keep pushing a hard line on someone, pushing, and then you don't like what you receive and try to become the victim by it. You're the perpetrator, not the victim.
No, what I'm trying to say simply, Max, is that you have the right, okay, based on your heritage, your bloodline, the people that you descend from, you have the right to not want to be called derogatory terms. You have that right, right? So if I'm running around here using those terms, I don't like repeating them. You know, I've used them. I used them already today to describe American folks or Mexican American people. I was using derogatory terms to do that. You have the right to be offended by that. And I, as a person who needs to respect other human beings and their position in life, I am not supposed to use that term if it offends you. I don't need to go through and justify it and say, oh, because I use spick with a K and not with a C. You understand? Or I didn't put the K on the end of the back when I said wet back. So then it's okay. Right.
That's a horrible analogy because there are no words.
It's the same thing.
Look, I asked you guys this question again. I'll ask you again since you guys are so intelligent. Name me one other culture that has ever taken a slur, switched it around, and made it a term of endearment. Mexicans don't call each other wetbacks. Mexicans don't call each other spicks. And they don't call people of other cultures that kick with them, oh, that's my spick. No, they don't say this shit. They say we, primo, maybe paisa, I don't know, but they don't use something that was a slur. Jews don't use kike in any kind of term of endearment in any culture, in any way, in any generation. This is unique in itself because of how it is taken now versus how it used to be. There's no other word like it. There's no other culture in which they flip the shit.
You know why there's no other word like it and no other culture? Because no other culture has been through the things that my culture's been through in this country. You understand? And it's not your place to normalize that and to feel it's your right to take that unique culture that applies just to us based on what we've experienced in our reality here and make it your own when we're offended by it. You understand? It's unique because it doesn't apply to you.
You know, it's kind of funny. It's kind of ironic, though. And I think, you know, bring full circle. It seems like everything you dislike about me was taught to me by your people. So maybe you should be mad at your people.
I don't dislike any human being. I dislike
the way I see things, the way I talk, the way I act. It all came from your people, from my lifetime of being around your people. So maybe you should be mad at your people for letting outsiders in and for letting outsiders use the culture and listen to rap music and kick it in the hood and join gangs and do shit like that.
Do you know the difference between right and wrong?
I do.
You know the difference between right and wrong?
I do. And I don't feel like I'm wrong.
So is it right for someone to tell you that your actions are offensive and for you to continue to participate in those? Is that right? I'm just asking you. Is it right?
It depends. It's a case-by-case basis. Just because someone says they're offended doesn't mean they're right, and I need to do what they say. If they can explain, hey, this is where you offended me, oh shit, my bad, brother. I'll make sure it don't happen again. That's different. And like I told you, Mike, I told you yesterday, and this shit's gonna be on video for the rest of the time. I will not address you with that word if that's what you prefer, and it won't happen again. And y'all can keep track of it, document it, clip it, whatever. Since I said that, I ain't did it yet, and I'm not going to. So between me and you, you don't like it, I won't use it with you. But you cannot dictate how I talk to other people if they're accepting of it, or vice versa.
No, I don't. I'm not trying to dictate how you address other folks.
Okay.
I think that what's going on is similar to what the brother was talking about yesterday. You know, a lot of I don't appreciate the use of the term. I don't appreciate the use of the term amongst Black people. I don't appreciate other people using it, and that's it.
And I respect your stance on that.
Hey, my bad.
Go ahead, Dean.
Yeah. Hey, what's good to the panel?
Salute, Deacon.
Yes,
Mike Fuller,
Max. Yeah.
What's up? Hey, before we even get into this, Deacon, I hope you and your family safe out there in Florida. I know y'all are going through it right now.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
We blessed. Yeah. Appreciate that. I just want to have a earnest and civil conversation. Hopefully we can come to a resolution and let this be a moment for a lot of people. Because I heard something that a young man said on the platform, and I was not able to get back on last night to address it. When I heard a lot of things, but one in particular, he said that the old heads don't understand this new generation. The new generation have taken over and we run this ish. Okay. Listen at me. And I say this from my heart. I love my people. We're from the same family. We are the same family. I wouldn't want to come from no other people. All right. He said that, and I'm like, okay, I thought about my generation and how I came up and how the elders was when in my day, how we respected our elders and how we learned how to be young men by watching them, the way they raised their families, how they was dedicated to family and that family structure. You know what I'm saying? And I'm going to use a negative to help a positive. Even when cats went to jail back in the day, right? When they got out, it was almost like they was coming home from college. It was a celebration. Everybody was glad to see them. There was barbecues thrown, money put in your pocket and setting you up so that you can be all right, right? But this day, it's done flipped. Young men are making babies and kids are fatherless. And it's at an all-time high. And it seems to be with no care. The murder rates that went up through the roof. Things like this I don't like to talk about. A lot of things I rather talk in code, but I think that this done gone on long enough where we have to be blood raw about these things. We have to just, hey, if the conversation gonna be had, let's have it. This new generation is moving with no respect, no self-respect, and I'm not talking about all, because I know some young jits that's got it going on. Got it absolutely going, and I'm so proud of them. But it's so many that think that the way it is there's no racism. Everything is cool. We can allow certain people to come in and disrespect our people, and then they'll side with the folk who just disrespected somebody from your same family that looks just like you, and you will side with the other people and say that you're old heads, you're disrespectful, you're out of touch. We run this. Well, if you run this,
what a mess,
man, we're in bad shape. We're in bad shape.
If you run this, what a mess you have made.
What a mess you have made.
You understand?
I mean, a generation of fatherless children will do that to you.
And what I'm saying is,
we're not going to address that.
And
yeah, I addressed it yesterday.
And what I'm saying,
yesterday. Did you hear
your generation though, that kind of, it's like.
And what I'm saying is, and let me finish real quick.
Yeah, let Deke get off.
And what I'm saying is, we got to get back to values, to valuing each other, to valuing a village where we protected one another, where we respected one and dared anyone to disrespect us. Right? When you start getting back in that vein, then you will begin to see the shift change. And that's why I said last night, the change has to start in the mind, because we're living in the days of the dry bones in the valley. Listen, the dry bones has to be resurrected. We have walking young zombies. The walking dead. Your mind has to be resurrected from the dead level of thinking to the living level of thinking. Come back and where you can think. Because right now, your thought process is so in the dark till you can't see and understand some of the things that you believe that you think that you understand what you're saying. But your actions is self-destructive. And you embrace self-destructive behavior. And you tell the ones that's trying to point it out that you're old heads and you're out of touch. But look at the path you're going down. Look at the legacy that you're leaving for the next generation. And I heard that they love to say that the old heads won't take accountability, that we always want to be the victim and this and that. Well, okay, if that's true, the same fellow that I heard say that, then a minute later turned and said that we are the blame for the way that they are because we failed them. Where's your accountability? My brother Mike just asked, do you know right from wrong? Where's your accountability? And I take that statement and place it on our people. Where's your accountability? Do you know right from wrong? You're going to blame us because you are living in a chaotic state of mind? And don't want to be told right from wrong? That you're embracing chaos. And you are the one that's going to pass some chaos on to the next generation. We didn't pass chaos on to you. Understand the system that you're living in, that design a system that would cause this. I keep saying impoverished people is a starving people, and a starving people is a desperate people, and a desperate people is a dangerous people. I'm gonna tell y'all something. I'm gonna tell y'all something that a lot of people don't know. If you don't live in these streets, and I say this, whether you're active or no longer active, if one thing about the streets, if you ever been a part of the streets, even if you're no longer active, even though you're no longer there, you still have a existence in the streets, whether you want it or not. If you have made a mark in the streets, you're going to be forever connected. It's like a baby. Understand this. And the reason why I made the statement last night about millions of our people will never make it out of this. Because think about this. I'm talking about actual facts. Think about the million, and I can say from 19, I ain't even got to go above 19 because the number will get greater. Think about the 19-year-olds on down to the babies that have been slaughtered, never made it. I'm talking about died on never made it out, bruh. And think about every 2 decades, every 20 years, the same thing, chaos and carnage and death. That they never made it out of the ghettos. That was designed to keep them in it. And we're not doing anything to shake this off, to bring our mindsets back together, the renewing of the mind, so we can think ourselves out of this. When people say we don't want to hear about the past, because if you don't hear about your past, then you don't understand who you are, where you come from, what happened to you to prevent it from happening again. You're just the walking dead and in a chaotic situation and don't want to be corrected. I'm done.
Hey,
my bad.
That was great. I mean that. Hey,
that needs to respond, Mike.
That needs to be recorded. That needs to be recorded.
Thank you, brother.
It is recorded. Birdman, go ahead.
Thank you, brother.
And play it again every day.
So look, guys, I know I tend not to pay attention to the comments. Like I was reading them yesterday, but at the end of the day, man, just because I'm not like Mex not like me, we're from different races. But at the end of the day, are we going to be Negroes all our life, or are we going to be human beings? Are we going to keep setting ourselves back? Like, I mean, am I not making sense to you? Because we can't say 1 minute we're Christians, then at the end of the day, we go into a group of being just black. I know the nigger word is not a good word to use, period. But nigga, on the other hand, yeah, a lot of these young guys use that word, but it's like the certain people that couldn't say that word in front of these, like certain groups, they're saying it in front of each other and they're getting along. So I can see what Mex is saying about that part.
Did you just hear what Deacon said? He just put out a man. He gave you.
I listen to Deacon, and all respect to Deacon, but at the same time, okay, if we're gonna let the nigger word hold us back, then what about this bitch word? We got to go ahead and get that bitch word out the way too. Because I'm pretty sure the same guys that aren't using the nigger word, they're using the bitch word. So we're gonna get down on people for using that word too.
Of course, anything that demeans us as a human being and demeans our human status, right? It's not
nigger
good.
Or nigga. Which one?
Both. You understand? Both. Okay. I mean, I can't really add.
Stop both.
I cannot add to what Deacon just said. I mean, I don't think he could have said it any more perfectly. And you didn't pick that up. He dropped that diamond. He dropped those diamonds and gold of wisdom down, and you didn't pick that up.
Yeah, that's just words holding us back. Because at the end of the day,
wow.
I mean, I'm a child.
You didn't.
I'm a child of God. So at the end of the day,
that
I'm not
let me know that you wasn't paying attention. And
Deacon, I was here.
No, you heard me, but you wasn't listening.
See, every time we speak, you guys want to argue with us. Can we not?
I'm not arguing, brother. What I'm saying is, brother, what I'm saying is, right, brother, I love you. God knows I do.
I love you too, Deacon. We're not going to always agree.
No, that's fine. But what I'm saying to you, brother,
yes, sir.
If you just didn't hear what I just said, brother, that to me, that you had already had a mind made up on about what you wanted to say to respond rather than listening. You heard me, but you didn't listen because your mind was made up you had a response for me already. You had a response rather than sitting down listening to what I was saying.
I was just listening.
Okay.
I was listening to you. Dick, I was listening to you, but I'm just coming out with my own.
And that's exactly what I'm saying.
Of the word Negro.
For you to say that you're a Christian,
yeah,
and to have that man just put down, that was godly wisdom, bro. What he just told you.
I'm not debunking what Deacon said, but I'm just saying, go ahead.
If you didn't pick that wisdom up, what he just dropped down at your feet, I'm speechless, bro. I can't even comment on it. That was wisdom. That was wisdom straight from the throne.
Yeah, but every generation, what I'm trying to say is every generation is not going to be the same. There's strong-minded people in every generation. You can't just say something and assume people to drop off and think how you think. People think differently. And people change differently too. Okay, that nigga word's going to phase out eventually. So we're going to be on to the next thing that's holding us back. I know it's a bad word.
Can I say something to you real quick, Bert?
Yes, sir.
If you was listening to me, you never heard me mention anything about where I just honed in and made that whole speech about the N-word. And that's what I'm saying. Hear me what I'm saying. You were so locked in on responding about the N-word till you missed the whole message.
Actually, I didn't. I heard you, Dick. But I'm saying that I was coming in my perspective of last night and just topping it off because I had a lot to think about.
What I just said, not last night.
Can I say this though? People think they're thinking. Everybody's thinking process is differently, man.
Okay,
we can't just force people.
I respect that. Okay,
we can't force people to think how we want to. It'll take some time. Maybe people get it. Some people won't get it. Maybe like I didn't probably get it. But at the same time, I'm just saying we got to be compassionate and like the word I'm looking for. We just can't be held off on like certain things that keep us down.
Hey, Birdman.
Yes,
One
sir.
of the things that keep us down is that we just keep not getting it. You understand? We just keep we just keep not getting it. I mean, what I'm trying, and it's time for us to get it. You understand? And it's no better time to get it when somebody lays it right at your feet.
Yeah, but I'm differently though. I think that if you're gonna be considered a Christian, it has to be for all people, which I Deacon did say that, but I'm saying it's got to be for all people. But everybody uses that word. We know that. But at the same time, we got to quit letting things hold us back.
You're a Christian, right?
You keep asking me that. I told you once.
Okay. So if you're a Christian and you know that when Jesus, who was not a Caucasian, okay,
but when you get caught up in Jesus is not a Caucasian. I don't know, but I'm gonna say this: when you get caught up in Jesus is not black or Caucasian, your soul don't have a color.
Let me finish.
Yes, sir.
When Jesus came, okay, who did he come to? Did he come to all people? When you saw him, when you look at the scriptures and it talks about him teaching, did he come to everybody? Who did he come to?
He came to his people first.
Okay, he came to those, right, that were on the fringes of society, right? He came to those people who didn't have those lower needs met. You know, you talk about Maslow's hierarchy of needs. That's why when he taught that on the Mount of Olives, when he came in and taught those folks, he did one thing: he fed them first. Why? Because they were hungry. He came to the poor, to those who were downtrodden. The least of these. You understand? He didn't come to everybody. He didn't come to everybody. So,
I know that, but
what we're doing
our job. But our job is
right now when we're addressing what's going on in society. We're not addressing people who got it made. We're talking about those people who don't have it made. Those people we talked about in LA that out on Skid Row, 80% of them are black. Tens of thousands.
But homelessness is a lifestyle decision, though. People want to be homeless, so they are.
Wow. Okay.
Can I say this? But when you know, after Jesus talked to those people, he made it a way it's for all people now. We can't just not think about other. It's our job to teach them, and it's y'all's job to teach us. We learn from y'all. Y'all learn from us. Yeah. Not everybody's going to have the right answer, but we're trying to learn from y'all. But y'all get irritated at us when we try to say how we feel, and so y'all just think we're trying to disrespect y'all, and we're not trying to disrespect y'all, but some things that work for some people ain't gonna work for others.
it's really not about disrespecting me because you don't really know me.
But I want to respect you, though.
What I'm saying is my problem is when you disrespect the truth, right? When you don't, the truth is laid before you.
That's what you guys do all the time. We telling you what it is, and you're saying it's something else.
And you don't pick it up. At some point, we got to pick it up, Bert. At some point, we got to pick it up. We got to get it.
Hey, I'm still learning, but I judge myself as an individual, and I'm compassionate to the human race. I don't care what color you are. I hate it when my race gets done wrong, but at the same time, it's for the human race. I can't half be a Christian and just care about my own people. I care about all people.
What do you think this is about, man? What do you think about?
I like that, bro, man. I'll fuck with you, bro.
What do you think this is about? When we talk about the condition of black people, the only reason we're talking about that because we're the worst off.
Okay, but
but
at the same time, a lot of people go through struggles, but the thing about it is we can't just sit there and dwell. We still got to keep climbing at the same. Go ahead.
Did you see the statistics that I talked about yesterday? I talked about the wealth gap. Did you hear them?
At the end of the day, do you want to say you care about money? I made it with nothing, and I still don't care. Money doesn't make life
I didn't just talk about money. I didn't just talk about money. I talked about the 300,000 black and brown babies that are aborted every year in this country. 300,000.
And guess where they're at right now? They're in heaven. They don't have to worry about this stuff.
I talked about the reality that the population right now, only 3.5%. Black men only represent 3.5% of the population that's old enough to go to prison. 3.5%. That are old enough to go to prison, but we make up 35 to 40% of the prison population. I talked about that. I talked about a second enslavement period that's happening in this country, right? What I'm saying is that you look at the human. Okay, so you heard all that. So you look at the human body. You look at the human body. The human body is like the human family. You take a body, right? The human family, right? Everyone's involved. Everyone's a part of that human body. We're going to take a look. Now, if I cut my finger, if I have a paper cut on my finger, and at the same time somebody takes a blade and slices my jugular, am I going to worry about the paper cut, or I'm going to stop this bleeding, this arterial bleeding that's going to kill the body? You understand? And what I'm saying is, when you look at the plight of black people specifically now, that is the jugular that's been cut. That is the bleeding that if you don't stop that bleeding, the whole human family, the whole body's gonna die.
That's right.
You understand? And that's why we concentrate on that, because we understand the condition of our people is representative of that slice.
Hey, Mike, but you know Mex is our people too, right?
Arterial bleeding.
Tell them
that arterial bleeding. That if you don't stop it, the whole body's gonna die. The whole human family's gonna die. That's what this is about.
Lead by example. If you want to stop something, really, you got to lead by example. My thing is, I could probably say the same thing to Mex, but at the end of the day, he's a man just like me. Anybody the difference when somebody's saying the nigga, then the nigger.
Going back to the word, you're going back to that word.
But again. I'm going to everything. I'm understanding.
Let me say
at the end of the day, yes, sir.
Let me say this real quick. All right, I need the OGs to understand this though. Mex is more of our people than some people that are darker than Fred.
Wow.
I'm just keeping it 100 with you, bro. Like, y'all keep saying like our people, but just because the motherfucker ain't black don't mean he don't accept the plight of black people. Like, he might not understand the whole thing. He might be a bootstrap kind of guy. Hell, I'm a bootstrap kind of dude. But at the end of the day, it's like, bro, there's a bunch of black people I hate.
And that's sad.
I would way rather have Mex over
on this conversation.
10,000 of these niggas. I'm just being honest with you. But like y'all get so caught up in like what he looked like and all that. But it's like,
can I say something to you, Kyle?
Go ahead.
Wait, before you go, Deacon, let me get rolling in.
Okay.
I'm in my 30s, so I'm a millennial, and I'm a black man from California. Non-black, such as Mexicans, don't randomly go around calling black men the N-word. and they know better. Spick, honky, or barely slurs.
Right.
Go ahead, D.
Cal, there's a pastor, a white pastor, and he been moving with the civil rights leaders, like Al Sharpton and guys like that. And there's a thing about he understands the plight of Black people because he stands up, And I dare to say, who gives a damn if he understands the plight of Black people? Where's the empathy for Black people? Where is a system in place systematically that can change the plight of Black folks by the leaders of white folks coming together with government to change the condition of Black folks? Then you'll show empathy with your understanding the plight. Because to me, it's only lip service without change. You understand me? So when you say Max understands Black folks, who gives a damn about what he understands? There's no empathy, because after my brother Mike have pleaded with him, he still refuses to back down. He refuses, and I don't dislike this man. You understand me? But
the fact you think I should back down is not going to make me back down, though. The fact you have a mentality that I should back down.
See, this is what I'm saying, brother. And I apologize for calling you brother, but you get what I'm saying. Listen, what I'm saying to you, man.
See, you just did it. You just did it. Sorry, you just did it. See, that's what I'm saying, bro. Like y'all throw uppercuts, jabs, haymakers, and then when a motherfucker when a motherfucker say something back, it's like, oh, respect the.
Okay, what did I say disrespectful, Cal? What did I say disrespectful?
You just the way you just apologize for calling this man a brother, bro. Like.
I'm gonna tell you. I have reasons for everything I say, and I'm gonna give you one, right? And this is true story. One day I was talking to a white cop. They had them flooded the streets, and they were standing out there. You know how with the gloves on, they looking to hurt something. And I said, brother, what's going on out here? I'm not your fucking brother. I said, hold on, man. I apologize. I said that out of respect to you. Well, I'm not your fucking brother. Okay, I apologize. I'm just trying to see what's going on out here because I care about my people, and I'm coming to ask you what's going on. He's just keep it moving. This has nothing to do with you. Okay, I apologize. I'm off. So I apologize because you know what? I was out of place because I didn't see somebody look like me, and I called him my brother, and he disrespected me because he had an agenda. He was out there to hurt Black folks. And I'm not saying that that's what Max is trying to do, but that has been ingrained in me from interaction with people who don't look like me. So yeah, I apologize for saying that.
Hold on, Deacon. So it's okay for you to say some shit that's ingrained in you, but I can't say shit that was ingrained in me since a kid.
No. That's not what I'm saying.
And I didn't have a problem with you calling me your brother, so you didn't have to apologize to correct it.
Listen, bro. What I just said. Listen what I'm saying now. What I said that incident was ingrained in me, right? A shock factor that was ingrained in me, right? That I didn't let go. I haven't forgot it. That was ingrained in me that night. So don't do that.
Well, this shit is a love factor ingrained in me because the way I grew up, and I think this shows how that word came a long way. At one point in time, a derogatory probably one of the worst words you could ever tell someone. Where I grew up, it was the best thing you could ever call anyone. That if a Black person said, "You ain't my friend, you ain't my brother, you my Nick," that was
okay. Can I be honest with you? And I say this out of respect for all my people, because no matter where you live at. I'm not saying this to disrespect nobody's turf, but what I'm telling you, brother, and I'm going to say it to you because you want me to call you brother. I'm going to say brother. You want me to call you brother? I call you brother.
It's whatever, Deacon.
Right, you brother, Listen,
Well, listen,
hold
guys,
on, brother. No, because I
conversation has
upset
been,
Cal.
literally
I
draining.
upset Cal when I took the brother back. So let me call you brother, Max, because Cal got upset because I took it
did.
back.
Hey, but listen.
Hold on, let me finish, Cal. I gave him back the brother. I gave him back the brother for you, bro.
I'm about to leave though. All I'm saying is this conversation was emotionally draining for my birthday.
Well, why are you on here?
That's why I'm leaving. All right, big friend. I'll holler at you soon, brother.
Happy birthday, Cal.
I'll holler at you, dog. Happy birthday, dog.
Now, listen, man.
Happy birthday to you.
This. Say it again.
Go ahead, Deke.
Yeah. This man has to understand, man. On my end of town, it don't have to be me. If he was and since you want, because I was trying to show to the young brother Bird.
Yes, sir.
That for the young generation right now, in the way that these, not all young cats, because like I said, it's some young cats that's moving different, but it's a lot of cats moving like that with no respect, and like I said, I don't want to reiterate all that I said, but to Max, bruh, down here, if you was to say that, these young folks down here will have a problem with you, man. They will put hands on you immediately. I don't know if it's the area you live in. I don't know what it is, because you say you've been around a lot of blacks where you can do this. I'm telling you, bro, it ain't even got to be the young bucks. I know females bucking down here, bro. Straight up. Okay. Straight up, straight like that. Now, and what I was finna say to y'all, hold on, and what I was finna say to y'all,
if you came to my hood spewing the shit you spill, there's gonna be youngsters in your helmet too. So it goes both ways. That's why I said I don't live where you're at. I don't understand you.
But I'm built for all that.
You don't understand me.
I'm built for all that. But I'm not looking for that. But I'm built for all that, bro. But like I was, listen what I'm saying. Listen, what I was finna say earlier about a situation that's going on with black folk that don't get talked about is, and it's sad, but it's true. A lot of young folk right now don't have jobs, but you know what their job is? Their job is to put a gun on you, shoot you, and if you make it, you make it. Kill you and take what you have so they can take care of their kids. The one that do take care of their kids, that don't have a job, will take your life for what you have. And I'm telling you, we living in a sad state of affairs here. I mean, it's done got so bad, bro. It's done got bad, man.
And can I say this?
And when I came up, it wasn't like that, bro. That's what the difference is night and day.
Hey, let me say. Can I say this?
Can we let the new people get off? Can we?
Oh, yes, sir.
You and then chaotic truth. Then we'll double back.
It's sad.
Mitchell.
You told me to speak, sir.
No, D. Mitchell was in here before you, so if you want,
sorry,
yeah.
Go ahead.
No, you good? Yeah. What's up, chaotic?
What's up?
You can let him go ahead. You can go ahead and let him go ahead and speak.
Okay. Okay.
I want to point out a few things here, and salute to the panel. It's been a minute since I've been back over here. I want to briefly broach Deacon 305. I've only come in the last 5 minutes, and all I'm hearing is, in respect to you, Deacon 305, but you are an absolute liar. Respectfully.
Okay.
Hear me out. You know damn well your generation were nothing more than gangbangers and criminals.
Right.
Your generation was I'm assuming you're Generation X, or you're a baby boomer. Your generation were the most violent blacks ever.
Okay.
Let's stop the lies, sir. In the 90s and the 80s, when I was a kid, black people were robbing, shooting, and killing each other. There were no magical Negroes in the 80s and the 90s.
I'm not saying it wasn't no killing back then, brother.
Deacon, hear me out. I was cool.
Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
I'm not trying to knock what you said, sir. I rock with you. I've heard you before. But let's stop this magical Negro syndrome that we try to pretend that blacks were. We weren't like that, sir. Okay. Now, to the topic. Can other races use the N-word? I have said this before. I'm saying it today, and I will say it tomorrow. You gotta call niggas what they are. Whether you're black, whether you're white, whether you're Asian.
You're cool.
Black people have... I'm sorry. You know what? I'll go on.
Here it goes.
Obviously,
Michael, can you let him get off, man? Please, man.
Okay. You gotta call a nigga what he is. A nigga. A nigga is a degenerate black. A nigga thrives on destroying the black community. A nigga thrives on creating havoc and chaos wherever he or she goes. A nigga doesn't care about the black community. They will litter. They will act a fool. They will fight. They will shoot. They will kill. They will do anything possible to undermine the black community. So you have to constantly remind them of what they are. You see, the reason why I say this, and I'm going to give you an example. I was a teacher many years ago, and you already know that, sir. I literally used to get command of a classroom when they were out of control by using the most beautiful word in the English language. I used to call a class full of black kids niggers. For some reason, that word was a reset word for them. No, I'm sorry. Do you want me to go on mute so I can listen? I'm sorry. I must have interrupted you while I was
this
talking.
Nigga is
okay. I'm gonna go on mute.
I just say what the fuck. That's how
I rarely call people on mute. This nigga is.
Oh, you gotta let him talk, Mitchell. We gotta let him talk. Let him talk.
Classic coon.
Here, go ahead. I got it. I'll take you out.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Because
I want to be fair to everybody.
Thank you.
Now I'll bring you back in, Mitchell.
And I'm almost done. You see, blacks, in my opinion, are very emotional and are very word driven. And I think a lot of people know that, even superior blacks such as myself. You see, when the kids were acting a fool, it could be 30 of them, jumping on desks, doing backflips, acting a fool. It was nothing like saying that beautiful, sweet word that rolled off of my tongue so effervescently. Stop acting a fool, you dumb black niggers. And I used to use the hard ER word. Now, a lot of the kids would get upset with me. Some of the kids called their parents. And occasionally their moms, because they were most single parent raised kids, their moms would come to the school and complain. And I would tell them, yes, I called your son or daughter a nigger. I'm black. I can say that. They're a nigger in that moment. They're acting a fool. They're creating havoc and chaos. The Jews down the street at that school, they're not acting a fool. They're not causing chaos. They're not committing crimes after school. They're not going to grow up to fill up the prisons and the penitentiaries and have my black ass pay taxes to feed these little niggas every damn day. Yes, I called them what they are because for some reason, when I called them the N-word, magically they wanted to do their work. Magically, they wanted to sit in their desk and be quiet. You see, you got to say the N-word because it's a shock value to it. Just like right now. Hear me out for a minute before you guys say a word. It's a shock value to it. Most blacks are emotional. Just how the one Negro couldn't help not but to cut me off. He couldn't help it because he probably thinks that I'm talking about him. You see, he hasn't evolved mentally to differentiate a decent black from a nigger. There are niggers and there are blacks. Which one do you want to be? So yes, I say that whites should use the word, Asians should use it, other groups of people should use it, even with their own people. When you're acting like a fool, listen, if I was a judge, I would say you are a nigger. You're creating havoc and chaos, and you're destroying the community. I'm about to sentence you to such and such many years. You're a nigger, blah, blah, blah. I would openly say that shit. You have to. It's beauty behind that word. What say you guys on the panel? Go ahead, guys.
Hey, can I go, Brad?
Now we got D Mitchell. D Mitchell want to
It's
respond.
one question at a time, sir.
And
Go
then
ahead,
we'll
guys.
go. And then we'll go Birdman and loop around. I don't have to say much. Go ahead. Go ahead, Mitchell.
I'm just amazed. He must be troll. Are you serious? That's my
No, he's
first
not
question.
trolling. No, he doesn't troll.
He is. He's got to be true. Let him speak for himself, Fred. I'm just asking: is he serious? Is calling a group full of black kids niggers? Is that the best you can do? You're an educated man, I'm assuming.
Yes, sir.
That's the best you could come up with?
It's not about the best that I could come up with, sir. It's my divine duty to save our race. God has given me a mission, sir, and that
Which
mission is
God?
it's not about. I'm not about to debate with you about which God, sir, but the universe, whatever you believe, sir.
Okay.
I have a divine duty to protect and save our race, sir, and my duty and my divination is telling me there's power in words. It's a shock value to it. And those little nigglets behaved every time I called them niggers with the hard ER. Go ahead.
This is the guy that I called the homosexual.
Yeah.
This is him, right?
Whose turn?
Yeah.
That's him,
Are
right?
you done, D Mitchell? Are you done, D Mitchell?
Yeah, I can't debate
Okay.
with somebody who's not debating in good faith.
no, yeah,
This is a character.
Okay.
He's
All
a
right.
character.
All right, hey, I'm gonna say what I gotta say. This is from X, and this is for the guy who just spoke. The guy who just spoke. First of all, I don't know how you reached any of those kids calling them. I don't even know if they even got an education by you calling them that.
This is a character.
And second of all, this is for Mex. Hey Mex, you kind of got a blessing in disguise because you grew up around every kind of race. Like I grew up in a white household after the age of 11, so I got to see both sides, and you got to navigate through those sides. You can't please everybody, but the thing about it is they forget that you can learn from each individual person that you deal with on a daily basis, and life is all about navigations. And sometimes it's okay to listen to people, but at the end of the day, you got to be true to yourself. But at the same time, be respectful. Now, at the end of the day, I accept you more than I accept this guy right here because he's downing his people. You're not downing anybody. You just maybe disrespecting certain people. He's downing his people. He thinks that education can get him so far, but he's hurting his people. His people is the black people and anybody else he teaches. I don't know what any kid can listen to that and think niggers this, niggers that. You are who you are. I mean, you don't go by the word nigga, and none of us do. So that's not what we are. We're people. And that dude right there is just like, I don't know. Like if we had a race trade, he'd be the first to go.
That's right.
He's not serious. He's just a character. He's not.
No. He's serious. I had.
May I give a
Is it
rebuttal?
my turn?
Yeah,
go
it's
ahead,
Max.
sir.
It's Max.
Yeah.
Go to Deacon.
All right. Like, Cal, true. I've been on different paths with him. There's some things I wholeheartedly agree with you about, and there's other things like this, bruh. Never. And this is the type of shit I'm talking about specifically. If my niece or nephew was in that classroom, you would have got packed out, guaranteed. It's not a question. We all would have been in jail. It's cool. We fought cases before. We do a little time. Sit down. It's good. I know you're going to sue. I know you're going to call. It's good. But that's what's going to happen. And that's the type of shit I'm talking about. So when people try to put me in that category over there, that's where they have a big problem. You see the fucking difference. I would never use it. I don't even see that as being like a description for someone that's fucking around, someone that's not listening, and that means this. Like, nah. And that's why I said there's a difference in the ER and the A, which obviously you know because you may distinguish and use the hard R on the kids. But it's like this is where it kind of gets split. So if people feel the way that I'm feeling right now personally from hearing that shit, when I just say, yo, what's good, my nigga? Regular to people, that I can get where your emotions come from. But you got to see there's a clear difference in this shit. Now, if that works for you and those parents didn't do shit to you, bro, Hey, that's your
Let
school.
me ask you
That's how I
something,
wrote it
Max.
down.
Let me ask you something, Max.
I would like to give a rebuttal.
Let
Hey,
me ask
Deacon,
you
can
something.
I say something to you real fast? You see how
Go.
God works? Look how 360 that went.
Yeah.
You see how
Now,
God works? That's, man.
yeah,
I'm
finna ask Max a question.
He wants to rebuttal them.
I would like to give a rebuttal.
No, hold on.
I would like to give a rebuttal. To any sane individual that is in the chat, anybody who can use logic and reasoning. This is why I'm a staunch believer in the separation of superior blacks from inferior blacks. Now, listen to the rhetoric here. Now, the one gentleman said if there was a race trade, they would trade me. Now, notice how quick he's willing to give me up. Now, I speak proper English. I'm educated.
Yeah, but it's called sarcasm. You as a teacher should have got that.
Give me a second, sir. Now, you're not. Now, mind you, I've never heard you speak before, but I'm willing to bet, sir, you've been on this panel many times. I bet, sir, you've never said if there was a race trade, you would give up the dope dealer. I bet you've never said that you would give up the criminal gangbanger. I bet you've never said you'll give up the man who has 50 kids out of wedlock, who's just breeding randomly in the community. I bet you never said that you would give up the fucking wino on the street corner, sir. You see, this is the degenerate nature of many blacks. Birdman, you are a part of this. You're willing to give me up because I'm giving you my experiences actually having had worked with blacks in the community, sir. Blacks who don't give a damn about the community nor give a damn about the order.
Fred, you done went on a little too long, man.
Give me
real talk.
You're the last person to say that.
Give me a second. Thank you, sir. Now to It's Max. Now I've spoken to It's Max before. It's Max is Mexican, if I'm not mistaken. Sir, me and you've spoken.
No, I'm American. I'm American.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay. Now, sir, think about what you just said. Now, you said that you would physically attack a teacher if they called your family member the N-word. The question is, sir, why is your family member acting a motherfucking fool in the classroom? See, you're not willing to chastise and discipline your own family member who is disrupting the order of a classroom, sir. You're willing to attack a teacher who was getting paid dirt shit money to be around little nigglets all day who don't give a shit about education. Their family doesn't. And you're willing to now hold on for a second, it's Max. No, it wasn't you that said that, it's Max. Now you said that you're willing to go to the penitentiary to attack a teacher, sir. See, this is why I am a staunch proponent of blacks getting away and divesting from inner city blacks, Hispanics, and other groups of people who do not care about law and order. This is a perfect example. And you guys are my exhibit A.
Can I speak, Fred?
Go ahead, Deacon 305. Go ahead, sir. You keep cutting me off. Go ahead, sir.
I mean, come on, man. You've been rambling for a minute here, man.
When you talk about law and order, that's hate speech. That's illegal.
Can I address this, Max? Sir, somebody can say it's Max. Somebody can yell at the top of their lungs, nigger, 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 nigger. You are not allowed under this legal jurisprudence to put your hands on them, sir. There is no legal right for you to do that. And
no, but that's when like the law don't matter at times, you know. And as a parent, you should know that. Okay, well, hold on. So if it came time to stand up for your kid, you'd be like, "I'm sorry, baby, but the law says I can't do this shit."
My kid wouldn't be. Sir, I don't have any children, but my kid.
Oh, well, then you don't understand that. That makes sense. All right,
sir. If my kid was acting like a fool in class,
then it's your duty.
And a teacher told, if a teacher said, "Stop acting like a fool, you little nigger," I would say he should have called you a nigger, or she should have called you a nigger 50 fucking times. Because
so fools not suffice.
You know why? Because you are in competition with the Jews And the Asians who are whipping your ass on the SATs and ACTs, they don't act a fool in school. It's you blacks and you Hispanics.
I mean, that point is correct.
A nigga 50 fucking times.
But that point is correct, but it still don't give you
whether it's correct or not, sir. I'm a little bit. I'm assuming I'm a little bit older than you, as Max. I think you're probably in your late 20s, sir. When I was in school,
I'm 36.
Okay, you're the same age as me. When I was in school in the 90s, sir, I'm not even bullshitting with you. I had white teachers say this verbatim. His name was Mr. Oswick. He said, "You guys right now are a disgrace to your race, your heritage, and your culture. You're acting like a bunch of N-words." This is what he said blatantly, and the black parents didn't bat an eye.
And that made him right?
We got packed out. We just got packed out here.
So the class was acting a fool, and these people didn't have to be there, sir. And he was a good teacher. You're acting like N-words. He didn't say the actual word, but he said you're acting like a bunch of N-words.
Wow.
And I'm gonna say this. I don't care if he's a serial killer that should die. You still don't call him the shit. It don't matter. It don't matter the reasoning behind it. And then if you do, then you know what's coming with it, though. So you can't really be surprised.
Let me ask you a question, Max. Do you have the same visceral ideology for the black man who's 50 walking down an inner city street drinking an ice house and he litters in front of kids?
What are you asking if I have about him?
Okay.
If he's doing drugs in front of kids, if he drops a fucking soda can, I don't get
okay, let's say he's doing drugs in front of kids. Let's
say
we
don't play that shit.
Okay,
we clean up Spock over here. We don't play that shit.
You would go over to him and say, "You got to step off."
Yeah, or get knocked the fuck out and dragged off. That's it.
Okay, thank you, sir. That's all I need to hear. Thank you. So if you're willing to do that to that type of person, then I rock with you. Go ahead, sir.
All right, well, let me get the super chat, then you can respond, Deacon. Roland Curtis, chaotic truth trade options from his iPhone for a living, and he's low quality YouTuber with 5.27 subs. You're a superior black. He's delusional.
Well, Roland Curtis, why aren't you a superior black, sir? Why do I need to validate you? You're a man, sir. If why aren't you a superior black, Roland Curtis? I never said.
Hey, you know what though? He probably is because he's a child of God. With that shit you're talking about, don't get you anywhere.
Absolutely. So believe what you believe. I believe what I believe about myself. I didn't say anything about you.
But you see the end of his sentence? He said delusional. So that's what you are.
Birdman, let Deacon get off. Go ahead.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Now, this guy came on. He didn't say hello to me. He came on and called me a liar. He just went in, right? And said that me and my generation was murderers and all of this, right? And then he said that he called little black kids niggers and niggerlets and all of this. And when their mothers,
niggers.
Come on, man. I didn't cut you off.
He said the hard R.
Every time I try, right? And every time and what I was going to ask you, Max, is this: what I'm referring to him now. Now, when he said, when the parents came in, did you notice that he said the mothers came in? He didn't say anything about the fathers. You're going to get real rah-rah with the mothers. That show you what kind of man he is. And when you spoke up as a father and said that what you would have done to him in response to that, what most cowards do, since he's going to call me a liar, I can call him a coward. What most cowards do is dial 911. But you want all the smoke in the world with a kid. You could call a kid all outside of his name. You gonna tell a man on this panel that you just called him a mother effer and all this here, and then say you a child of God, right? And then hold on, you talk about how educated you is. I know a lot of educated fools. Education don't make you smart. Because when you make dumbass decisions like what you're saying here, that don't show wisdom, brother.
Can I give a rebuttal when he's done? Sir?
No, let me finish, bro. Because you ramble for a whole minute here.
Yeah, I'm just making sure I give a rebuttal to you when you're done.
Yeah, because you the same guy that I crashed with before, and I apologize for crashing with you the way I did, because the way you came, I have never heard a black man Speak the, I mean, because if they think this is something, you came a little harder the first time, disrespected me and anyone who looked like us. And I'm saying to you, man, you say you on a mission from God. Listen, man, you have to know when you said to Max, now, if it wasn't Max, it was Bird, that he would, you said it to Bird, that he would throw out you, but he would accept the drug dealer. He would accept the bum on the corner. Well, hell, Jesus gravitated to the downtrodden, the prostitute, the wino. Jesus went to those who you say ain't nothing.
That
but
went
you
over
say
his
you were
head.
led by Jesus. Hold on. Jesus went to the ones who was in the muck, but you don't want nothing to do with the muck. So who is this Jesus you follow? Is it a new one? See, you coming, you trying to talk all educated, but like I said, I know a lot of educated fools. You're doing this here, and you do it. You're trying to be a shock jock, right? And saying things to try and propel you and set you up for white folks to embrace it. But guess what? When they see you, you're just another nigga. And even Don King told you, and he got real money, and he understands it. He said, no matter how much money you accomplish, no matter how much success you accomplish, you still a nigga to these folks. So you can dismiss your own people all you want. See how far that gets you. Because at the end of the day, when it all come back, you're going to need your people. And they're going to remember this. They're going to remember this. Because right now, a lot of folks like you don't think that it'll come back. Don't think that it'll come back. But you reap what you sow. You put this kind of energy out in the air, believe me, it comes back. What you put out comes back to you. You don't have to believe it. You live long enough. And I'm a witness to you. I'm a witness to you. What you put out comes back. And just hope you can survive it. Let my brother Mike speak.
Are you done? I'm sorry. Can I give a rebuttal, sir?
Let my brother Mike speak. He's been waiting for a whole minute.
Wait. Give me a second.
Well, you probably want to rebuttal both of them because they.
Yeah, let my brother Mike speak.
Yeah, you can rebuttal both of them if you don't mind. Yeah, he's gonna disagree with you as well. Yeah. Okay, Mr. Fuller.
His mic.
Yeah. So, I'm kind of speechless, to be honest. I mean, it's a sad thing, man. I listen to this young brother talk. It's sad. The whole thing of using shock value to get kids to do the right thing. You would definitely have to follow it up immediately by using it as a teachable moment. And you talk about how intelligent you are and this, that, and the other. It goes back to some of the words you use with the superior black people and all that. You're talking like a,
Uncle Ruckus.
You're talking like a colonial, like you're talking like it's just an embarrassment, man. The thing is, for me, there's no such thing as superior, inferior. There's no such thing as that. There's a reality that some people understand the history, understand the things that are going on, and understand what needs to be done to correct this situation. And there's people who are completely lost. I mean, I just think, you better be careful when you start talking that inferior, superior stuff. You're superior black and all that. God hears you speaking. I don't know if you realize that or not. But pride cometh before the fall, brother. You need to realize that if you are living a life that's something's worth giving honor or credence to, that's the grace of God. That's not you. You come from the dust just like everyone else. Ain't nothing special about you. If you know something that's beyond what others know and realize, then it's your job to teach that. If you do use the shocking language that you say you use, then also follow that up make sure you follow that up immediately with a teachable moment in order to instruct the new state of mind that these children need to have, teaching them about their history, who they are, and teaching them about the society that we live in. You know, your mindset is just, it's sad. I'd rather, it's just the mindset of a colonialist, in my opinion. The slavers. You have a mindset that's similar to that. There's nothing. I don't. I guess you think because you have an education that you're superior or whatever. I'm almost certain that I have 3 times as much education as you do. And if you want me to lay it out to you, I will. But the way that you talk to folks, that's not right. I understand if you want to use shock value to get someone to get the young folks' attention, but then you immediately, out of love and appreciation for who they are as human beings, you try to change their mode of thinking and change their hearts through knowledge and wisdom, through education. The Bible talks about you shall know the truth and the truth shall make you free. So when the truth shall make you free. So when you teach these kids the truth about what's going on around them, about the history of this country, the things they need to do and the reasons why, and that's the operative word too. When I talked about this before. As an educator, I don't know what your discipline is, but if you know anything about mathematics, science, then you know one of the universal laws is the laws of cause and effect, Newton's second law, right? And there's whatever we see, the realities that we see in our lives, there's always a reason behind. We see the effects, right? There's always a cause to the things that we see, and that's what you have to be willing to approach, attack, dissect, and communicate if you're going to be an educator. You have to understand the reasons why these things happen. Answer the question why. Why are you jumping around acting a fool in class? What brought you to this point that you're at today in 2022 where our people are responding and behaving this way? There's the why behind it, not just a bunch of niggers. That's not an educated mindset. That's just looking at the effect without dissecting the cause, asking the question why. And that takes work. That takes dissecting realities, collecting facts, analyzing those facts, and coming up with viable solutions or conclusions to what's going on. You need to change your ways, brother.
May I give a rebuttal now, please?
Well, yeah. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you. I enjoyed the Martin Luther King, Maya Angelou speeches that you victimhood Negroes were giving me. Let me get to you first, Michael Fuller. I'm calling them niggers because they are niggers, sir. They've grown up in a society, sir, that has provided them with free education. They're growing up in a society, sir, where they are a first world citizen. The standard of living for the American is higher than 90% of the people on the planet. 90%. Their parents are niggers. Their parents, instead of doing homework with the kids, instead of being involved in their education, their parents would rather watch TV all damn day and get involved in ignorance. It's not the white man, sir. It's not the white man. Other groups of people come over here from third world shitholes and outperform African Americans and a lot of whites now, sir. Stop making excuses for them. They have libraries at every corner in the inner city, sir. They get free food in school, sir. A lot of their mothers are on welfare, sir, and get free subsidies from the government, sir. You're making excuses.
What you're talking about.
Sir, I did not cut you off, Michael Fuller. Give me a second, my good sir. Sir, you're making excuses for them. These kids come to school and they act a fool, sir. They don't care about the lessons, sir. They're being told by their degenerate parents that they can do anything that they want to do. They can bring their phones to school. They can come to school as in a fucking fashion show. Can I curse over here? Barbershop conversation. Sorry about that.
Yeah.
Sir, they come to school like it's a fashion show. They only care about clothes and being on their phone, sir. I was a teacher. Sir, give me a second. I was a teacher for many years. I'm not making excuses. Michael, you can make as many excuses as you want. That's fine. I came on this panel to give my opinion and perspective. I respect yours. So please respect mine. I'm not trying to convince you to believe in what I believe. I'm not trying to convince you to believe in my opinion. I'm listening to you guys and I'm just being quiet. I was an actual teacher though. And I can tell you, sir, these kids don't care about those Martin Luther King speeches you're giving. These kids, their love language is brutality, and not just the kids, sir, our entire race. It's brutality. So let's stop with the bullshit, sir. Give these Martin Luther King speeches to the little dope dealers that are poisoning the black community, sir. Give these little Martin Luther King, Maya Angelou, Malcolm X speeches to the little gangbangers who are carjacking and committing all these crimes in the inner city. Not me, sir. I'm not trying to use my education for anything, sir. Truth be told, sir, I always proclaim that I'm dumb as shit, sir. I'm just a fucking ape wearing clothes, living on a floating rock in infinity. I never profess that I'm just so smart. There are things that I don't know and will never know. You're saying that I'm smart. Now, and to you, Deacon, no offense to you, sir, your toughness, sir, means absolutely nothing, sir. Now, you're saying that I would have never said that to a man. Sir, you have absolutely no idea what you're talking about, sir. I literally, sir, was just giving an example of many of the kids being from single-parent households where the mother was the sole provider. But there were plenty of times when the father came up there, pulled me to the side and said, yeah, man, I'm glad you hard on these kids. Because they even know that the kid is a badass little bastard. They know that, sir. Sir, you being tough, sir, did not stop the white man from conquering your black ass. You being this street tough shit that you niggas talk about didn't stop the white man from coming into Africa and colonizing you. Where was all this toughness back in the 30s and the 40s and the 50s?
You know what, man? You a sad. No, listen, Fred. How can you allow this crap to go on, man? This man is disrespecting his man.
Can you drop him? Thank you, sir. I was quiet. Where was all this toughness? Where was all this thug shit in the 30s, 40s, and 50s when the white man supposedly was stringing your black asses on the tree? Where was all this tough shit at back then, sir? Your niggas aren't tough. You weren't tough back then. You ain't tough now, and you don't scare a nigga like me because I already know you're full of shit. The white man has nuclear weapons, sir. You go to the most advanced Western European countries. The white man has nuclear weapons. You go to the most advanced European countries. They're producing their own fucking weapons, helicopters, and planes. The nigga ain't produced a damn thing. You honestly think that that you're gonna tell me that I wouldn't say it to a man? A man? What man? A man who's working for the white man like you, sir, Deacon? Deacon, let me tell you something, sir. You can sit up here all day long and call me whatever you want, sir. I bet you, sir, you have an iPhone. I bet you have a fucking luxury vehicle. And I bet you, sir, you live in the white man's house that the white man built. You got the white man's bank account. Sir, I will expose you, sir, every inch, tooth and nail. You don't love black people, sir, because let me ask you something, sir. How come you don't live in one of the many 50-something black African nations in Africa? You don't love black people, sir. How come you don't live in the black Caribbean? How come you don't live in Brazil around blacks? Sir, I will expose you, sir. So just let me come on the panel and give my opinion, sir. So because sir, you do not want to take it there with me, sir. You're on the white man's StreamYard, sir, that the white man invented, sir. You are on the white man's Wi-Fi that he invented. But you got a nerve. You're telling me, sir, that I'm cooning? Sir, you are out of your fucking mind, sir. You give the white man just as much money and just as much power as I'm doing right now, sir. You're paying your car note. How come you don't go to a black welder and have a black man weld you a bike so you can ride a bike to work? Because you ain't gonna do it. How come you don't build your own fucking business and hire blacks? How come you ain't doing that, sir? Because you don't want to do it. How come you ain't moving to Nigeria, sir, living around an entire country full of niggas? Because you don't want to do it, sir. I will expose you, sir, for the fraud you are. And, sir, let me tell you something, sir. And going back to what I was going back, sir, your toughness means nothing. Because
Let me ask you.
No. Where was your toughness, Negro, when that white man had his neck on George Floyd? I mean, his knee on George Floyd. With all these niggas standing around, how come not one nigga ran over and pushed that white boy off that nigga? Because you're scared of the white man. All that thug shit goes out the window when the white man is beating the fuck out of you, sir. You don't
I
know
like him, Fred.
When all those niggas that drove by Rodney King getting the fucking shit beat, sir, all those cars are you. When I was a kid, sir, I saw 50 fucking cars driving down that street. I bet it was cars full of niggas, cars full of Hispanics. Not one of those cars stopped because, nigga, all that tough shit you're talking about is bullshit, nigga. Stop the cap, nigga. You live in this white man's country because you love it here, nigga. And you got the nerve to come at me. Nigga, I have more racial pride than every fucking body on the panel and everybody listening, sir. I have enough
You're
racial
delusional
pride.
too.
No. Give me a second, sir. I let everybody talk. Give me a second.
We ain't talking shit. You talking shit.
Get him out of here. Can you? I was respectful.
I'll mute Fred.
He's fine. Go ahead.
I have more racial pride than all you niggas do because I will expose niggas for what they are. Niggas will support the white man tooth and nail. They support his Hollywood. You watch all the white man's movies. You buy his Little Debbie snacks. You go to Ruth Chris. You get a white man all your motherfucking money. Then you got the nerve to cry about inflation. I will expose niggas. Don't fuck with me. Now, you mentioned Don King, sir. He's off the panel. You mentioned Don King. Don King, you talking about Don King, the very same man that benefited off the white man's boxing associations and became a fucking millionaire who doesn't live around niggas? What the fuck? Who are you talking to? Don King don't live around niggas. Don King got all that money, sir, and he did not live around niggas. Don King got all that money and moved around whites, and he's tricking your black asses into thinking that the white man is so bad, but for some reason, he's made hundreds of millions of dollars in their boxing association, sir. They're tricking you. Same thing with LeBron. This bitch nigga, he gets on Twitter. He talks about all this race shit. LeBron doesn't live 50 miles within a nigga. He lives around white folks. So you niggas can sit up here all day long and get mad at me for what I said to some kids. But nigga, I will expose you. Tell me anything that I said was a lie right now. Go ahead, anybody. D. Mitchell. You weren't.
Hold on.
Max, Bert, Michael.
Whose turn is it?
Yeah, I got something for you.
It's Centos, and then
what did I lie about? I want to know one thing I lied about.
I bet your car white.
Sir, I love the white man society. I'm not lying to you. You niggas are pretending.
You show it.
I never said I didn't love it.
You show it. You just make yourself like a big old fool.
You niggas would live in a fucking mud hut if it wasn't for the white man, sir.
No, actually, I got it with my hands. I work for myself.
Would live in a mud hut if it wasn't for the white man.
I bet you ain't still. I bet you ain't still a teacher.
Would live in a mud hut.
Answer the question. Are you still a teacher? Are you still a teacher?
Of course, I don't teach anymore, sir.
No fucking duh.
All right, let's
black ass will live in a mud hut, sir.
I live in a mud hut.
Chaotic. Let's Centos get off. Go ahead, Centos.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Well, at this point, Fred, I just had one question for Chaotic. Truth. When you were referring to the kids as being the ends, the ones you were teaching or what have you, what made them the ends? Was it the actions of them or the color of their skin?
The color of their skin, sir. The color.
Now,
okay, you asked me one question or two questions. Go ahead.
Hold on, bro.
Okay, you asked me one question.
And as far as the white kids or Hispanic kids or Asian kids that were in those classes that acted similar, what did you refer to them as?
Well, I called the entire classroom niggas, but here goes the thing, sir. I don't give a shit about white kids nor Asian kids because I'm not white or Asian. I don't care about their degeneracy. See, I want black people to win. So why on earth would I try to uplift them? See, I'm saying that word to uplift blacks into, damn, why he call us that, man? Because what I noticed is, sir, when you call them that, they all of a sudden want to do work. They all of a sudden want to get their act together. And it's not just kids, it's adults. Look at how you guys are acting right now. You guys are probably going to read Elijah Muhammad.
You were probably teaching detention home kids because he's sitting there he's lying.
You guys,
Birdman, please.
You guys, after, and I'm broaching the conversation. Thank you so much. You guys are probably going to go read Message to the Black Man after I get done, because you guys are like, why was he saying that? Why did he call it that? Because, sir, we need to hear that reset word. See, we need to hear it over and over. So that's why I say whites should say it again, Asians should say it, should openly say it. Black, and especially blacks. We need to start saying these words, man, to get our act together, man. Because you guys have so much energy for me. Do you have this energy for the dope boy in the damn neighborhood? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Or the prostitute or the gangbanger. Do you guys have that much energy for these niggas? Why do y'all have that much energy for me? I'm peaceful. I pay my taxes. I have my own business. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, Birdman.
I'm gonna say this and I'm gonna pause for the cause. I heard what you just said. I too was a student at one time in public schools, and when I was in high school, I had a dear teacher, male teacher, black African American teacher, very stern, very hard on our brothers and sisters, purposely because of some of the things that you're saying. But he had a different tactic. He got on to us for our actions, but he also educated us on what we shouldn't be doing. And he educated us on that word, the N word, the history of it. And he also taught black, he pushed for our high school to allow him to teach black history. Okay? Now this brother was hard as nails, but his teaching was not to demean us, but to truly uplift us by educating us the wrong and intent of that, the origination of that word, and which made us sit back and punt and think twice before we use that word through our lips. And the way that you're saying you did it for uplifting, I don't know if that's exactly how you did, but I don't see how I could have uplifted the kids that way. I could be wrong with about your methods, but the methods that I watched and witnessed and endured myself from a teacher to a child, I think it had a very profound impact on my life and my thinking. And I'm a kid straight out of the hood, poor, dirt, all that. And it was a rough neighborhood, but it also made me think. I thank God for that particular teacher, because he taught me, he educated me and helped me to understand that there's a better life out there for me. He taught that to every last one of us kids, that he, even if you wasn't in his classroom, he would jerk your butt up in the hallway and he would stand there and educate you while he's getting on to you. That's true love right there, my brother. And what you're saying right now, I don't hear true love coming through your lips about how you're doing things. You may have did it a little different than what you're telling us, but I don't get that, what you're saying. I mean, I'm a stern guy myself, and I believe in straightening the younger men and women out when they lack knowledge and they're doing the wrong thing and they're acting like, you know, what Chris Rock was saying, like black folks don't like certain other black folks. You know, he was saying the N word. I understand that concept, but at the same time, we have to teach our youth why they shouldn't be doing certain things, not demeaning them. And when you demean somebody and then call yourself uplifting, I don't get that terminology. You know, it doesn't. I don't see how it works, because first of all, you crush them, then you got to pull them back up, and you might crush them too much where you can't get them back up. So you have to be careful with that kind of method.
Birdman, yeah, Birdman. Well, Max, you want to respond? I'll let you go out there.
Okay. Is Max going first?
No, go ahead, Birdman.
All right. First of all, he said all the other nations and all the other students are excelling our United States students, our American students. That's, you know why? Because we take a vacation for everything. There's a holiday for everything. There's Corona we take out for everything. That may be one reason why. And on the other things you were talking about, you calling kids out of their name. At what age group did you teach, if you don't mind me asking, so I can finish?
So we're talking about, so I don't know if they have junior high school where you're at. I know a lot of the junior high schools are combined into high schools now, but these were 6th, 7th, 8th graders. Sometimes they were high school students. I never really gave a lot of smoke. Well, first of all, I never really was around, grade like 3rd, 4th, 5th graders, but typically junior high school students, high school students.
All right. Well, for me to finish this, I'm going to say it like this right here. You said you wanted the black students to excel. As a teacher, you should want all your students to excel, not just the black students to excel. Niglets doesn't help them. Just keeping them the same as you would do all the other students. We don't need any extra help. We just want to be treated fair, for one. We don't need to be talked to any kind of way. We want to be talked to like you would talk to the other people. And on the other thing, it doesn't matter what race you are. It doesn't matter what events take place. If you're doing something for your people or people in general, it shouldn't matter what the color is.
I would like to give Birdman a response when he's done.
I'm done. Go ahead.
Birdman, I don't know how old you are.
I'm 44.
Okay. Well, you're a 44-year-old fool. And I'm going to tell you.
Hey, look how far I made. Look, I make over $100,000 a year without a college education.
Sir, you're a 44-year-old fool, whether you make $100,000 or $1 million a year, sir. Sir, let me tell you.
I don't work for the white man.
Sir. We are in a race. You have the black race, you have the Jewish race, you have the Asian race. See, you niggas don't want to compete. The Jew is competing. The Asian is competing. The Indian is competing. I'm talking about the East Indian. See, they understand that their race is an actual race. See, you niggas want to be liked by everybody. You want to be liked by the fucking white man. You want to be liked by everybody. You don't want to. No.
Can I say something? Where'd you get that I say that I won't?
Finish, sir.
Birdman,
let me finish. Now you're telling me, oh, how come you didn't you're putting the black kids over the white kids? Sir, the black kids
I didn't say that.
You for damn sure said it, sir. You said
I said on the same level.
Okay, I'm gonna tell you why. The black kids are a part of my race. I don't care about these other kids. And I'm gonna tell you why, sir.
Then why teach?
Let me give me a second. I'm gonna tell you why. The same lying ass white principals, the same lying ass white teachers, they'll sit up there all day long and talk about, oh yeah, Tyrone is doing such a great job and this school is such a good school, but their motherfucking kids go to private schools, sir. Their motherfucking kids, sir, they're setting their kids up at a different level. So they're sitting in there tricking niggas because that's what a lot of whites do. They're not necessarily racist, but they understand about competition. See, they don't want your kids to know about Ivy League schools and all that shit. See, they're tricking you. They'll sit up there all day long and tell you that Martin Luther King High School, just giving you a name of a random school. They'll sit up there all day long and tell you, oh, Martin Luther King High School is a great school. Well, how come, bitch, you ain't sending your kids here? Same thing with those principals, sir. How come you ain't sending your kids here? How come your kids? Because, sir, they know that those schools are inferior, sir. See, they'll sit up there all day long and say, well, I'm helping black people out all day. I come to school and I teach and blah, blah, blah. But, sir, in actuality, they're not helping black people. They're there for a paycheck. Their kids are going to the best schools, sir. They're tricking you. I was a teacher. I sat up there, sir, and saw white teachers, liberal, white, little lesbian teachers. They'll have a nigga, Tyrone. He's 16. He's reading Dr. Seuss, and the white bitch is saying, oh, Tyrone is doing such a good job. Sir, I actually saw shit like this. And then a nigga, a black parent would say, wow, man, you know, my kid, he doing good. Man, you got these schools, man, where there is an inferior educational product.
You could have broke that cycle. You chose not to.
Sir, hear me out.
No, I'm asking you, what's your excuse for not trying to break the cycle? Since you know that, why didn't you try to help them break the cycle?
Breaking the cycle is telling these people, stop breeding all these damn kids into existence. Breaking the cycle is telling them, stop sending your kids to these inferior ass public schools. Breaking the cycle, sir, is telling these kids, hey man, you're in competition with these Jews. You're in competition with these Asians. Fuck all that. We got to help everybody out. The black man should only help out his own people. These other groups of people, man, they may not say this shit, but they're helping out their own kind. You niggas want to be liked by everybody. You niggas want to be equal to everybody. I don't want to be equal to the people, sir. I want to win. And I want black people to win. You know how many motherfucking places I go and the white man is building another skyscraper? He's putting down another road and you niggas are gangbanging still? Sir, it's because of that inferior education. So yes, me calling the kids the N-word may help. Damn, man, I'm about to prove to that nigga that I'm gonna pull up here one day and I'm gonna have a... See, I want kids to prove me wrong. See, you niggas coming with that Maya Angelou bullshit, man, that's soft shit. Fuck that. You better come with, hey man, get y'all nigga asses together, nigga. Because when you play football, when you do this, the black head coaches, all that shit, he'll cuss you the fuck out. So why is it different when you're playing a silly ass game? No offense to anybody who play football. So why can the black coach talk all types of shit to the black kids playing football and trying to get them together? But how come he can't talk shit to them in the classroom? You got black. You guys are follow boxing. These you fucking think Floyd's father was talking to him nice in the gym? Stop it. Yeah, Floyd. Yeah, get the fuck out of here. His dad was probably cussing him out when he was a kid. You little bitch.
But that's his dad, though.
Max want to respond. Go ahead, Max, and then Michael Fuller.
Yeah. Once again, I don't disagree with a lot of points that Chaotic Truth be making. And I'm not really someone that gets offended by delivery either. My only problem with anything you said tonight, Brett, is just calling anybody, especially children, just a hard R. And that's like in front of me, right? Because I'm not gonna see her. I ain't gonna fucking jump through the internet. I can't do nothing about it. So I can only speak on my personal opinion if it happened in front of me or if I was privy to it to someone that I know that was in that situation. Other than that, it is what it is. I know that the actions I would choose to do would be in the category of the shit you talking about perpetuating this mentality, but it is what it is because at the same time, part of being a man is defending, protecting your loved ones. So if that was my niece and nephew in middle school, 13, 14 years old, acting a motherfucking fool. You want to call him a fool? You want to call him anything else? You know what I'm saying? You acting like clowns, whatever you want to say. If you want to be stern, if you want to be one of them hard-nosed teachers, I get it. I would prefer that. But it's just the word, which I do want to point out. Since we are here and it's been a wonderful night, thank you for letting us stay up a little later. But I want to point out that the anger toward this man for using a hard R in a class of black children is a lot less than me using it with my homies with the A. I'm just going to point that out. I got way more shit for calling my partners, my niggas, than this motherfucker call for calling children this shit. It need to be a teachable moment. You know, what the fuck are we talking about? All of a sudden, like, this is not the same energy I got from y'all. Is it just because of skin color? Does it come down to that shit again? Is that why? And when it comes to chaotic, like I said, I think you make a lot of great points and you talk about a lot of shit that a lot of people don't want to talk about, right? And the shit that if I brought it up, I'm racist. Like, so we already know the talking points. But when it comes to you saying like you don't really care about how other race and other kids do as a teacher, I mean, I can understand that as a parent, right? I tell my kid all the time, I'm not that person's parent. I don't care about that other kid in the classroom that does this. You're my kid. I get that. But as a teacher, if you're picking and choosing on maybe the type of education, the effort you're putting toward a certain kid based on their race, I mean, I don't see how that helps the matters at all. Like, I don't think that helps. I think that just creates more division at a younger age, right? I mean, I don't know. I don't see that. I think that's just a strategy thing that works for you and your students. I don't know. But if I heard that also said about my kid, if I heard that her black teacher kind of don't really give a fuck about what happens to her because she's not black, I'd have a problem with that too. It probably wouldn't be a pack out, but it'd be a discussion. I'll show up to school and discuss it. But the other shit, that still be a pack out. It is what it is. I'll go to jail. You'll go to the hospital. We'll figure it out from there. And then, that's cool. Maybe you won't say it again. Maybe you will. And if you say it again, there's another pack out. So, it's just that type of stuff. But other than that, man, I don't disagree with a lot of your points. I think you you just choose weird ways to get into them.
Okay. Mr. Fuller?
Yeah. Again, what the guy is saying here is a lot of it's true. I mean, in regards to the way that the inner city school system is set up, where it's set up to make sure that the inner city children cannot compete with Caucasian mainstream American children, or any children. We talked about all these different ethnicities are in America. They are set up so that they will perpetually occupy the lower class, the very lowest class of American society. We know that the education is extremely inept, inferior. We understand that. And so I agree with everything he's saying. This is a race. Everything he's saying, it makes sense. This is the problem that I have. When you talk about using that word, telling these children that that's what they are, they receive that information from every other venue where they're turning them probably at home, their neighborhoods, through the television, internet. They receive that information all the time. I appreciate the shock value of saying that, but I would ask, is that followed up with the truth? Is that followed up with, okay, and this is the reason why you're in the situation that you're in? Or is it just, you're just a bunch of niggers, you need to correct your behavior? Is it actually exposing these kids to the truth and defeating the lies of the different arenas of their lives that they're constantly exposed to, whether it be at home, through the media, which always communicates to them that they're nothing but a bunch of niggers? Is that where your message stops? Because if it is, it's not going to be effective. And that's why I said, okay, the shock value, great. But then that needs to be followed up with some truth about the history of this nation, their particular condition in society based on the history of this nation, and the way that the world works. It is a race. It is a competition, without a doubt. And it goes along ethnic lines. And that's just the reality of it. So that information needs to be communicated as well. If that's being done, and which I didn't hear that from him, if that's being done, then I can agree with it. So that's my comment. Now, here's my question. If I ask you a question, are you willing to be honest?
Yes.
Okay. So the question I have for you, and please don't be offended. I just got to know, bro. Are you a homosexual?
No.
Okay.
I'm actually married, actually.
Okay. All right. That's all I want to know. I mean, and then that's my input, man. I think that everything you're saying is hard facts. It's hard facts. But I think when you're dealing with kids that are constantly bombarded with the message of being nothing but niggas, and that's how they act. That's why they act like that, because they don't have anything outside of that defining them as anything different. All the stimuli that they get in their lives defines them in that role. And you already talked about even teachers that they deal with say, hey, this is your acceptable role in this society. Just like when Malcolm said, hey, I want to be a lawyer. And the teacher told him, you can't be a lawyer. That's not your place in this society. You're good with your hands. Why don't you be a carpenter? So I'm saying this is the stimulus that they get, the stimulus that they get 365 days a year from all aspects of life. So if the only thing that you're putting into them is you niggers, stop acting like this, and you don't couple that with the truth of their reality and why they are in the position that they're in, and give them direction through that truth, right? I'm not a super religious man, but I know that the word of God is real, and God is all knowing, omniscient. You understand? And He said, "The truth shall make you free." So you got to couple that shock value up. You got to couple that up with the truth, because that'll free their minds and allow them to have direction. And I didn't hear you talk about that.
Well, Michael, here goes the thing. Bro. You are the actual problem. You are giving these kids excuses. You're giving them rope. You're giving them black privilege that comes with no responsibility. You're giving them iPhones. You're giving them video games. You are giving them the keys to be lazy, shiftless niggas. And that's how it's pretty much always been. You see,
so why would I do that?
Well, because you are part of a victimhood culture, and you are a Generation Xer, which, in my opinion, is one of the worst generations, not just for black people, but for white people as well. See, your generation wants to blame whitey for everything. So you watched Roots, you watched Amistad, you watched Higher Learning, and you got your racism from those movies. You're talking about what these kids have gone through. Many of these kids are born in the year 2000. These kids, again, I say it again, these kids literally have won the genetic lottery just by being born in the United States of America. There's nothing stopping these kids from being doctors, lawyers, engineers, business owners, etc., other than going to the library and focusing on what you want to do. It's not just black people too, it's whites. Nobody is holding these black kids back from going into the school of chemistry or the college of biology on a college campus. Sir, you say that you're educated, so you know this as well as I do. If you went to a predominantly white institution, who was hanging outside of the mathematics building? It wasn't blacks. It was typically Asians or East Indians. Who was getting the bullshit degrees? It was blacks. It was liberal whites with purple hair. They were getting the psychology degrees, sociology degrees, underwater basket weaving degrees. I don't blame my failures on whitey, my family. I blame my failures on me and alcohol whenever I have a failure, sir. It's about time as men that we start taking accountability for our actions. Sir, there's no white man holding anybody back. There's no white man holding you back or anybody on this panel. There's no such thing as oppression, sir, in this country. I'm pretty sure, sir, whenever you've gotten pulled over because you're speeding and you're probably smoking weed in your vehicle, which you are, you're black, you did something wrong for the police to stop you. Now, you're going to say it's racism because the cop is white. But in fact, you broke a traffic law. You didn't have up-to-date tags. Your license were suspended or something. But you're going to blame white people because that's the culture that we've created in this country. Just blame everything on white people when you fuck up. Blame everything on slavery that you don't know anything about. Just blame it on slavery. Mention slavery when a black person does something to another black person. Oh, that's post-traumatic slave syndrome. Never take accountability. Blame everything on whitey. Nothing stopped Ben Carson from being a doctor. Nothing stopped Neil deGrasse Tyson from being an astrophysicist. Nothing stopped Robert McNair from being an astronaut. Unfortunately, he died on the Space Shuttle Challenger. For some reason, nothing stopped these men from achieving great things in society. They achieved it because they worked hard, sir. That's what this country is about.
Hey, Fred, let me respond to this, please.
Well, hey, Mike, can I say something?
Let me respond. Let me respond to it.
Give me a second. Yeah, when he's done, sure.
Give me a second.
We're gonna give closing remarks too. We'll start with Michael.
Nothing has stopped the first female millionaire in this country. Wasn't a white woman. It wasn't a Native American. It wasn't East Indian. It was a black woman, a big-breasted black woman by the name of Madam C.J. Walker. That was in the early or late 1800s. How the hell did she become a millionaire in a supposed racist country? Sir, it's about time you grow up, Michael. It's about time you grow up and take responsibility, sir. Stop with all this Martin Luther King, I have a dream speech. Stop it. Stop telling these kids bullshit. I'll leave on this note, and I'll stay on the panel. There's a great movie. Since you want to bring up movies, I'll bring up a movie. Now, this movie is a fake movie. It's a fictional movie. But there's a lot of deep in-depthness to this one scene. It's a movie called Higher Learning. There was a scene where one of the neo-Nazis looked at the one recruit and said, hey, man, we need people like you to be doctors, lawyers, engineers, man. If you don't do that, then you are nothing but a fucking race traitor. That's the reason why I called those kids niggers, because at that very moment, they were being race traitors. They weren't uplifting the race at that moment. And at that moment, it was deserving of me to call them niggers. Just like if I'm doing something wrong, I would love. The other day, my significant other called me a nigger. She said, you acting like an N-word. That got me right back on track. You gotta say these things, man. These are words of encouragement. Just like when a coach says, you fucked up. You're a fuck up. You gotta let this team outshine you. You gotta say these things, man. Fuck all that Martin Luther King bullshit. And I'm an alpha. I'm in the same fraternity as Martin Luther King. But that I Have a Dream speech, Maya Angelou bullshit poems and all that, man, that's bullshit. That's for women. That's not for no motherfucking men. I leave out on that. Thank you so much, sir. I'm going to stay on the panel. Thank you so much,
Well,
Box.
here's the thing: what you say, sir, and this, that, and the other, but you accuse me of being a victim and smoking, doing drugs, and that because I'm black, so I have to smoke weed. I'm not going to insult you, brother. What I'm going to do is tell you the truth. Okay, maybe the truth to help you out a little bit. I have a background where I grew up in inner city schools, went to those inner city schools, had one brother. My brother was incarcerated most of his life, died in the streets. Okay. But my background is a little different. Okay. I was in the military for 25 years. I was a naval nuclear engineer. Served on 5 different nuclear power submarines. I was a commander, retired commander of the United States Navy back in 2011. I've got degrees in mathematics. That's my undergraduate degree from the University of San Diego. I've got degrees and I got a master's in business, a master's in mechanical engineering from the Naval Postgraduate School, which is the graduate school for the Naval Academy. I've got a master's in nuclear engineering, and I've got my PhD from the University of Southern California. Okay, so that's who you're talking to. So all the insults that you just made, you really look like a fool right now. Okay, what I will say to you is that what I'm trying to tell you is not a way to continue to insult our people just for the sake of insulting us. But if you're going to insult the people in order to have that shock value, then follow it up with truth so you can have an actual change in mind and spirit, right? That's what I'm telling you. I don't like your approach. I think this whole thing about you thinking you're superior, no, you're not. You're not. That's all I got.
Appreciate you, Mr. Fuller. We'll go Birdman. Is that your final words, Mr. Fuller?
Oh, and if that wasn't good enough for you, I'm also a federally licensed nuclear engineer, where I have a federal license from the government to supervise the operation of a nuclear power plant that's here in the state that I live in. And I'm the only African American in the history of this country to have a license in this state. Okay, so that's who you're talking to. All right.
All right.
Birdman, final marks.
Yeah, it just goes to show you, no matter how much education you got, that sometimes you just don't know everything. And this is to the guy that spoke, not you, Michael Fuller. He said there's nothing in the United States holding us back, right? There's nothing. The white man's not holding us back, but you still chose to call those kids nigglets because why? Who's holding them back? You're the teacher, right? So if nobody's holding us back, why do you feel it necessary to call kids nigglets? Everybody's got the same opportunities as those schools you were talking about. Nothing's holding us back, right?
Can I rebut him? Boxing conversation. I know you're trying to get up out of here.
You do it with your closing remark.
All right, and my closing remark is, man, just be kind to one another and be respectful to one another, no matter what. For you young guys that are listening, no matter what your color, no matter what your background is, no matter what your education is. If you're a young teenager, it's going to be up to you how your life is determined. Just motivate yourself, push, and learn from us guys. You know what I'm saying? You know, you don't have to boast about anything that you do. Just be mindful and respectful of people. The N-word's bad to some people, is good to some people, but you know, people been through a lot for it, so probably just better just not just to say it. You can be cool other ways, and you know, respect everybody, whatever race you are.
Appreciate it. We'll go Max. I'm kicking y'all out, so y'all don't rebuttal, man. I appreciate you, Mr. Fuller. Thank you for kicking off the conversation tonight, dog. Thank you. Okay, he's gone already. Okay, cool. All right, appreciate you. I'm kicking you out, Bird, man. I don't want no more rebuttals. We go Max, Chaotic Truth, and then Centos. Yeah, man.
Yeah, man. Once again, Fred, you did it again. Thanks for the platform. Getting some real conversation going about subjects I'm pretty sure a lot of people wonder and think about. I mean, this shit definitely took a turn, though. You know, it was what it was. I still stand on. I mean, just to summarize, I still stand on my points of how I feel about, you know, using the word amongst friends and shit. I still stand on my point on how I feel about chaotic using it with the kids. But I will say this, it is kind of ironic because, you know, having two black brothers, I've heard my two black brothers say the hard R more than anyone I've ever heard in my life combined. Like anyone outside of them two that I can add up that I've ever heard say hard R's, it still doesn't add up to like a tenth of these two. So I don't know I still don't like it, even when they do it, and they're my black brothers. I don't like the shit, you know, and don't sit around kids and that shit. But at the end of the day, man, we're all individuals, man. We live our life the way we see fit in our environments, however we get by. Obviously, what we choose to be doing is working for all of us in our own way. You know what I mean? I'm pretty sure everybody has a decent life offside this platform. So, you know, it is what it is, man. I appreciate those that feel they need to come and correct, but at the end of the day, we all grown men, man. So I got love for everybody, regardless of skin color. You already know how that go. But yeah, man, don't be dropping no hard R's out here, black or otherwise. I don't like that shit. But do your thing. It's America, baby. Holla.
Appreciate you. We go Chaotic Truth, then Centos, and then I'll have L call in. He's been waiting for a long time. Go ahead, Chaotic.
You know, I think you are an incredible host. You allow people to talk and give their opinion. I want anybody in the chat, particularly if you're young, I want you to pay attention. Pay attention tonight. I came up here to give my opinion on the topic at hand. Just my opinion. I'm just one guy. I'm insignificant in the grand scheme of the entire universe. And truth be told, I'm insignificant in the grand scheme of the planet. I'm one of 7 billion people. Now, look at how the individuals on the panel, other than the host, they came at me. They came at me because there's truth in what I say. They're not coming at the drug dealer who is poisoning the black community. They're not coming at the Arab who opens up stores on every corner selling alcohol in Black and Milds. See, they're not coming at the mother who has 50 kids outside of wedlock who's polluting the community with all these damn kids. You see how they're coming at me? I don't do none of that. I don't drink. I don't smoke. I pay my taxes. I've worked in the community. I volunteered. And look how they're acting off of an opinion about correcting black degenerate behavior. See, they don't really want to correct black behavior. See, they like the dumb shit. Michael Fuller, you can sit up there all day long and talk about all your little degrees and blah, blah, blah. But that doesn't mean nothing in the grand scheme of things, sir. You're doing it under the white man's government and the white man's country. You ain't in Africa with those degrees. The fact of the matter is that I want you guys to give the same smoke to the blacks who are committing crimes, to the blacks who are littering, to the blacks who are acting like a damn fool on a daily basis. But see, you won't do that. See, you won't approach the nigga like Marlo from The Wire and say, yo, nigga, why you selling dope to the black community, nigga? Why you got all these? You're responsible for hundreds of dope fiends in the neighborhood. See, you black ass. See, you talk about me being afraid. See, I actually worked in law enforcement, nigga. See, but you won't do that. See, it's easy to pick a fight with me. Oh, he's okay. Oh, he's a little punk. He wants to. See, it's easy to pick a fight with me. But see, you niggas won't pick a fight with the pimp in the community. Hey, nigga, why you pimping all these black bitches? Why you sex trafficking these black women, nigga? See, you ain't gonna pick a fight with them. See, you want to pick a fight with me because it's easy. You want to do the easy thing. That's the difference between you and me, Mike Fuller. That's the difference. Salute to you, man. Boxing Conversations. Man, you have a great panel, man. Thank you so much, sir, for letting me up here.
No, all the time. Centos. Appreciate you, dog.
Hey.
Yeah,
let me say, it's a very thought-provoking subject last night and tonight. I caught the tail end here. Unfortunately, tonight I didn't get the alert, but I found it before it was over. So thank God for that. But
appreciate you coming through. Thank you.
Absolutely, bro. I will say this to Chaotic Truth. There was a lot of truth toward the end that you did speak on that I think everyone on the panel agreed with, as far as the race for the better education, the race for better standards of living, that we should be putting our children in positions to achieve those things. I think we all agree with that. And I don't know if you realize that or not, but we did. However, when you speak of, people not, doing things and exhibiting things for kids. Hold on, I got to mute for a second. Hold on.
Sure. Yeah, I totally appreciate y'all.
I didn't want to get that. But I was letting my brakes out. I didn't want to hear put that sound on. I've been in business for myself for 7 years, and it's gonna be part of what I do for the rest of my life until God calls me home. This business and whatever other business endeavors I get involved with. I constantly educate young men and women about empowering themselves to become entrepreneurs, or if they're not wanting to do that, if they want to strive to be an attorney or doctor or whatever, scientist, whatever they choose to be the best at what they're going to do, and work hard to be that. I also, when I get the opportunities, I speak to my young people that look like me about not being the type of person that society looks down upon. Try to be your best you. Try to strive for more. Don't worry about the environment that you're growing up in right now. Make that your motivation to want to get out and do better. That's the way me and a lot of the people that I grew up with, that's the way we thought. And the people before us, a lot of them thought that way as well. That's why you have a lot of greats of our skin color that have done well and worked hard to get those accolades, like you mentioned, with Hoskins and different doctors and attorneys and scientists and things of that nature. I would say this, all the education points that all the educational points that you made tonight, because for some people it's educational, about putting your kids in a situation where they win or they compete and they do better. And you're right, it is a race out here and it's a battle. That's great, and it was good to hear. People need to hear that, and you were 100% right. But at the same time, if you're gonna uplift, don't denigrate. Don't demean people or kids to the point that there's possibly no return for them to reshape their mind. Because sometimes you can speak so negatively about them that they can't reshape because the trauma gets to them differently than the next kid. Like I said, I had a teacher that taught us the truth as well as got on our butts. It's okay for a teacher to be hard-nosed and get on the kids. This man that's hosting this panel here, he was a teacher, and he helped kids out, and he speaks about it on occasions, and I appreciate him for that. I'm not saying what you're doing doesn't work, because it may work for some people, but I don't think it works in the masses, because I've been a problem kid at school, been a problem kid at home, and I know what helped me, and I know what helped other kids like myself by witnessing it. And so when I ran into that teacher when I was in high school, I learned a lot from him. By that time, I had calmed down, and I was able to hear whatever was coming to me in a different manner. A lot of people came at you because of the stuff that you were saying that wasn't so great to hear about people with the same skin color as yourself, right? There's a way to get your point across without demeaning the whole of the culture. And yes, we do need the hard truth. We do not need to sugarcoat anything. We do need to let straighten people out and put them straight. I have myself gone into the hood many times to talk to kids and try to, lead them straight. I mean, the correct way, without totally demeaning them, getting onto their bus. And anybody that knows me know that I don't play with kids. Kids know I don't play. They respect me for who I am. And they can be 10 guys there. They're going to give me my respect. I promise you, every time, because I demand it. And I tell them the truth. But at the same time, I never once heard you say, after getting on to everyone else about what they're not doing and how their Maya Angelou speeches and Martin Luther King speech, I never heard you once say that you go into these diverse communities where people look like us or almost like us, but people of color, no matter if it's Black, Hispanic, or whatever, and teach them and help them to learn and see a different lifestyle, see hope, see understanding, see what's going to help them to get to the next level. I never heard you say that. So when Fuller was saying, if you're demeaning and it's not coming with education behind it, he's right. It's wrong if you're not giving some education behind it. Like my man Fred says all the time, it's not to always talk about what the problem is and not have a resolution. If you're going to speak of the problem, come with a resolution, how to fix it. So if you're not doing that, then a lot of your words, a lot of the stuff you're saying is going in vain, my man. You're very intelligent man. I heard it through your speaking. You know a lot of things about this education and the race of society, how we're losing the battle of that. But educate them. Don't demean them more than you educate. If you're going to demean, give a lot of education behind it. Show the love that's coming behind the words that you're speaking to them before you get to the educational portion of it. That's my word, Fred.
Oh, that's love, man. Drive safe tonight, please. I want you back here.
Absolutely.
Tomorrow.
Appreciate it, my man.
All the time. You and L out there on the road too, but he just dropped off a load, man. Make sure all you truckers, man. I totally appreciate you guys, man. Y'all the heartbeat of this channel, man. Thank you guys. And just so we're clear, I'm gonna say this one time. I do my best to read the chat throughout the entire show. You can come on this platform and say anything. Fred is just gonna sit here and let you be who you are. And I think we got to get acclimated to people being they whole self. Whether you disagree or agree, it's totally on you. But I'm not interrupting nobody. I think it's important that for the 1,000th time, the 10,000th time. Let people be themselves, you know, and that's simply it, man. And I know we get offended by what people say sometimes. Yeah, I get offended by what I say sometimes, and I think what we can draw from this is get your ass in the community and start working. You have 2 minutes of free time. Appreciate you, KB. We got 2 minutes of free time, 20 minutes of free time, 2 hours, 20 hours of free time. Everybody's life is different. Some people have kids. Some people have no kids. Some people in the grandparents phase. Get into your community tomorrow. That's the solution. And Chaotic Truth brought a energy to this conversation that I believe was needed. You know, Michael Fuller brought something to the conversation that I believe is needed. You know, this is a place where we can be co-generational, multi-generational, you know, multi-ethnic, you know, and I think that there's power in the inspiration. When you get inspired, you got to put an action to it. You got to put an action to it. And I truly believe these young men, that they need these male role models, man. And whether you choose to go to the white neighborhood chaotic or whether you choose to go to the black chaotic, man, we got to curb that. 5 out of 10 white kids. Was it 48% white kids and 7 out of 10 black kids? So it's impacting all of us, you know. And you know, I just want us to win at the end of the day, man. This was a hell of a conversation. I really didn't want it to end, but I'm looking at my alarm. That shit say 5:15. I'm like, shit. I don't want it to end. If this was COVID, this would have been an 8-hour show, man. You know, I thoroughly enjoyed the conversation, man. I think it's important. And thank you to everybody on the panel. Thank you to everybody. Deacon left again. Deacon, I'm not cutting people off, and people can say what they want on this platform. So just like we listen to you, I think we should. I think it's important that everyone deserves that. And if I put you in the back, I'm going to bring you back. It's just that we got to go around. So don't leave and then come back. You know what I mean? You know, it's the same rules for everybody. You know, I want because I know what y'all thinking when y'all watching the show. Man, shut up, man. I want to hear his point, right? Because I'll be watching other people's shows and I'll be like, damn, I want to hear what they got to say. You know, and I don't cut people off. I swear to God, I wanted to interject at least 50 times tonight. I said, nope, Fred, shut your mouth. Shut your mouth. Shut your mouth. I can say what I want to say at the end of the show. You know, so I ain't lying, you know. So on both ends, Chaotic, Michael Fuller, Deacon, Birdman, you know. No, and it's important because people in the chat is like, man, I want to hear what Chaotic has to say. I want to hear what Mex has to say, Michael Fuller. So I understand that. Y'all don't like when there's 3 people talking at one time. I know I've watched shows like that, and it's just like, fuck, man, I really want to hear what he had to say, you know? So, yeah, but no, we need you, Bird, man. It's important, you know what I mean? And we went so long, man. People Hernandez fell asleep, man. But we got KB in the building. Great show tonight. Great show. It was last 2 nights. Oh, tomorrow's topic is a good one. Birdman, you inspired this topic, dog. You inspired. What's more important, to be pro-black or pro-God? I can't wait to hear this tomorrow. Oh, I can't wait to hear this. I can't wait to hear this. Oh, I'm excited. You know what I mean? How many times we gonna talk about Errol Spence and Terrence Crawford, right? Tomorrow's Wednesday or Thursday? Tuesday. Today is Thursday? Oh, today is Tuesday. Okay. 27th. Yeah, it'd be pro-God. Yeah, you inspired it. Right when you said it and they disagreed with you, I said, oh, this gonna be a good show tomorrow too. Hey, Deacon, man, you gotta hang with us, man. You got to stay with us, man. You can't get flustered. You got to stay in there. Got to stay in the pocket, man. Got to stay in the pocket. Don't want to flinch when you say you want the killer, man. We was like, oh, damn, Deacon. You know, it's all love, man. It's Wednesday. It's Wednesday now. 20 minutes away from Wednesday, man. Thank you guys, man. This was an awesome past 2 nights, man. Wow. Happy birthday, Kyle. Have a great night, man. Have a wonderful evening, Kyle. And Champ didn't come in the building. We were supposed to do cooking with the Champ. I guess we'll do it tomorrow. We'll do cooking with the Champ tomorrow. He wasn't in here tonight. But we could have did it right now. L, drive safe, man. Centos, drive safe, man. Appreciate y'all.